One, two, one, two. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, King's College London. What is happening today? We are here with our pop-up talk show. It's called Talkaoke. The way it works is that you come and sit at this table of chat. We get a conversation going. We don't know what we're going to be talking about, but luckily we have some people around the table, so maybe they will tell us a little bit what they're thinking, what's going on in their lives, what do they want to talk about. And that includes yourself as well. If you get 5 seconds of spare time, come and join us at the Talkaoke table. Meanwhile, my name is Margot. Who do we have around the table?
Hello, I'm Nina.
Nina, welcome.
Mikey.
Good, Mikey and?
Matt.
Matt. Nina, Mikey and Matt, and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. So we've done the official opening, but what we haven't done yet is we haven't settled on any subjects. Does anybody have any subject that they want to kick us off with?
I think in the future, like, getting your phone out in public will be a bit like, you know, considered a bit wrong, a bit like going naked in public or something like that.
As bad as that?
Yeah, I think it because I think it will be considered like extremely rude, and it's just something that you do in private.
Okay, so phones in the future, it's just going to be a no-go. Are you addicted to your phone? Do you have a phone? Nina, what do you think about this? Where are we going with this phone thing?
I mean, that's a very interesting topic of discussion, because I think that in this era that we're living in, that's basically dictated by technology, it's extremely difficult to say that people won't be using their phones. I mean, not only is it a source of being able to be connected, which is like the original reason they were invented, but also it's a means for us to make payments. It's a means for us to navigate. It's a means for us to take pictures. Wow. It's a means for us to take pictures, record videos, you know, at any moment that we so desire. It's taken so many different pieces of technology that before were bulky physical items that we now have in one compact device. Why on earth would anyone want to stop using such a thing?
Okay, so are we just relying... Is there just too much going on the phones? What do you use your phone for? What's the main thing that you use your phone for? Come and tell us. Welcome to Talkaoke.
I think social media.
Social media, what social media are you on?
Instagram, Facebook, I think, yeah.
Okay. I mean, Instagram and Facebook. Grab a seat for 2 seconds of your time. This is Talkaoke. We've got Nina, we've got Mikey, we've got Matt. What's your name? Where are you going?
For lunch, but I will go with some friends.
Okay, well, bring them here. Can I just ask your name, just for record?
Jose. Yeah.
Jose. Jose, welcome. Well, enjoy your lunch, and thank you for letting us know that you're using your phone for social media.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
For calls and you know, different other purposes for work also.
Do you think people will stop using their phones in public? Because I think it's kind of destroying the public space when everyone's on their phone all the time.
Okay, our phones destroying the public space.
Well, I think we have to adapt to it, because people will not stop using their phones anyway. That's something that's like a common practice that we are doing, so we have just to adapt and do it in a, let's say, like in a proper manner, right?
Okay, so just adapt and keep using technology, even if that disconnects us all in the future. There is no choice. We are addicted to our phones, and we'll just destroy the public space in the future. So let's make the most of it whilst it still lasts, I guess. Costa, any final thoughts before you go?
Well, as I say, I think it's just a matter of adapt. I don't think it's like destroying public space. I think that's like too harsh to say, but yeah, we will see. Like, at the end, it's like difficult to predict exactly what will happen.
Okay, so watch this space. Maybe it's not as bad, but thank you very much. What do people think? I mean, yes, Matt?
My recent thoughts about phones is that it's all like a 1984 Big Brother. They're just staring at us from very small screens that we have in our pockets, and terrifies me. I'm scared of phones. I still use them because I have to, but I feel that people are looking at me and wanting my data and advertising everything.
So you feel under attack all the time from the little
Yes.
screen in your pocket?
Yes, like Big Brother. Big Brother in my pocket.
Okay, are we being watched by our phones? Can King's College London people explain that to us? What is happening with technology? And if you're wondering what this is just a normal pop-up talk show and everybody's welcome to stay for as long or as little as they want. Talking about phones, is it rude? Is it in the future going to be rude to use phones in public? Are phones destroying our public space? Is it like having a big brother in your pocket, just like scanning you for data and using you?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's just coincidence, but every time I seem to be talking about something, it comes up on my feed. So are the phones actually listening? You know, like I'm saying, oh, I need to get some, it's very specific, I need to get some CNC routing done.
Right.
Next minute, there's some advertising for companies that do CNC routing.
Okay, where's the best company to get a CIC router?
Well, I have used building blocks before, but they've been a bit slow, I've got to say. I've been waiting 3 weeks for them to get back to me.
Okay.
Maybe King's College has got a CNC router, I don't know.
Let's put a call out. King's College, do you have a CNC router? Anybody from the engineering department, wood cutting department? I don't know quite what department that would be. But anyway, Nina, over to you.
No, I mean, it was funny when you mentioned how, like, when you've just, like, spoken about something and then the ads come up in your phone, because I have had times where I've thought about something, not even articulated it into speech, and the advert has popped up in my phone, so, yeah.
Can you tell us, can you think it now? What is it that you were thinking that your phone, and we'll see if we can guess.
What?
Think about the thing that your phone popped you, gave you the advert for.
Oh my
Think about it now.
goodness. I'm
Just let
trying
us know
to...
when you think about it. Come and join us, by the way.
Wait.
Does your phone listen to you? Yeah. Do you have a phone? Okay, we'll go and study. Hopefully you won't be on your phone, or maybe you will be on your phone. We don't know. Right, Nina, are you thinking the thing now?
I don't remember what it was. I just remember
Just
the
think of
shock.
something, random now.
Oh my goodness me. What?
Something about big elephants.
What are we supposed to be doing? Are we trying to see if it'll come up on my phone or like? But see, it doesn't work like that. It has to be when you don't want it to happen. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you
Right.
have to pay zero attention.
Right,
That's
but
when
you
it
think
really
about
happens.
it. Well, yeah, I mean.
Okay, well, let's find out. I mean, so phones are actually listening to us. They're even listening to our thoughts. I mean, not all of us, but definitely Nina's. But she can't be concentrating on that, right? You know, for it to work. But I mean, hello and welcome. There's a person behind the tree, and there's a dog as well, which is always good. Exactly, we welcome all sorts. So, does your phone listen to you? Is that really such a problem? Is it actually helpful? And the gentleman over there, do you have a phone? How did you order your food? Was it through app? We'll never know, because he's not... he's just focused on having some food. And I get that, because you need some carbs to get going. So where do we want to take this? I mean, guys, are phones really such a big problem? Are we just, like, overthinking it?
Sorry, there's a bit of pollen going onto the... No, I just think it's becoming a little bit of a hazard because people are not actually looking where they're going anymore. They're looking on their phone instead, like this person here.
Like this person doesn't know.
Come and join us.
Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. As it happens, we're talking about phones. But first of all, we're going to start you very easy. Grab a seat. We've got Nina, we've got Mikey, we've got Matt. My name is Margot. What are your names?
I'm George.
George, welcome.
Azim.
Azim, George, and
Sam.
Sam, George, Azim, and everyone else. And this gentleman, maybe, he's trying to disguise himself so he blends with the building. He's doing quite a good job. You're like a chameleon. Come and join us. What's your name? Are you incognito?
I'd rather remain anonymous.
That's completely fine. You can be the anonymous participant. Come and sit here so you're not in a camera shot either. This is a talk show. So guys, welcome. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. The way this works is... Yes?
I don't have the time, so thank you very much for the invitation.
Well, thank you for taking time to telling me that you don't have time.
We're here all afternoon, so come back later, maybe if you've got more time later.
Okay, that was really nice and subtle. But anyway, before this man kind of said that he can't be here because he doesn't have time, and then he proceeded to being here for a bit. No, it's not very much time, but we were just talking about phones. Do you think that in the future, being on your phone in public is going to be as bad as being naked in public? Just like, it's just not a thing that you do. It's just a bit rude. It's a bit uncalled for, you know? Are phones destroying public space?
I mean, it's a bit like smoking. Like, when I was like a kid, everyone was just smoking all the time, and they were smoking they'd be smoking in the library in King's College. They'd be smoking everywhere, and now that would just be frowned upon. People would just go, you know, there's maybe a little smoking zone where people shamefully vape in a corner somewhere, but you know, it's not something you do indoors. It's not something that you do in front of other people.
So it's
I
something
think
that-
the phone use will go the same way.
So the fashion for smoking in public has gone. What about you guys? Are you vapors, smokers? Do you miss the smoking? No, Azim?
I don't do any of that kind of stuff. I know quite a few of my peers in school do actually vape or do smoke. So, but it's not something I would do personally.
Okay, fine. I mean, like, what do you guys think? Because I guess are vapes like, can you do them indoors? Like, I don't actually know. I don't have the knowledge. Or is it like not supposed to do it indoors?
I don't think you can vape indoors. I think it works the same as smoking.
Okay. So if vaping and cigarettes back in the day are not welcome indoors, do you think it's going to be the same with phones in the future? Or are phones just too necessary, Nina?
So I think it depends on what you're using the phone for. So if you're trying to find your way to the next cafe or make a payment, whatever, okay, that's a reasonable usage for a phone. But if you're going to a library and trying to make a TikTok, then that's extremely antisocial. And I think that would fall under the same category as, you know, smoking indoors. So it's the sort of nuance.
Okay, so maybe depending on what you use it for, but who would regulate what is an appropriate use of technology? Who wouldn't? Would it be TikTok? Would it be King's College, the library? You?
Would that be the same with the use of ChatGPT?
What do you want to say about ChatGPT?
Well, I think a lot of people just use it all the time, and no one's relying on their knowledge anymore. And it's okay to use search engines, but you know, how about having your own opinion on things?
Okay.
And I'm saying this because I did use ChatGPT to rewrite many emails because my grammar sucks.
Okay, so grammar sucks. ChatGPT can be helpful with that. I mean, do you guys use any ChatGPT? And also, what about this question? Who should determine how and when we are allowed to use technology? These are the questions on the table. You've not said much. I mean, do you use ChatGPT just out of curiosity?
No, not at all.
And what is the reason for that?
Because I'm not willing to risk it really. If I write an essay and I'm flagged, it's over. There's no point risking it. I'll just write it myself.
Okay, so you go you do it the hard way. You actually go into an effort of reading stuff,
Yeah.
creating your own essays. Okay, I mean, is it really as harsh? Thank you. Is it really as harsh as that? If you're outed for using ChatGPT once, game over. Is it the same in academia? Is it the same in art? I mean, I believe you're an artist. How does it work? Have you ever used ChatGPT, or you just yeah?
Yeah, I use it occasionally if I'm trying to research something or look at large data sets without actually having to skim through the data myself. Because if you use it in the correct way, then it does actually help. But if you just happen to like extrapolate your questions to ChatGPT without actually looking into it more, and you just trust whatever it says, that I don't think it's really good to be used like that.
Okay, so maybe use with caution. There was a person doing a TikTok from us sitting here. Would that be okay with you in the future?
I mean, like I said, it's not about necessarily putting in rules and regulations per se, but it's like a certain etiquette. Like in an open space like this, of course, anyone can do what they want. But if we're in a library or a bank or somewhere that confidential information is being discussed, I think it's just basic common sense not to be doing
just
something
don't
like
do
that. It doesn't need someone to tell them off. I think, you know, if you civilized enough,
But
you'd
could
know.
ChatGPT regulate when the phone is used and not?
I mean, do we-
Can you what's the word? Outsource it to technology, to AI, to help us make decisions what's morally right or
I don't-
socially right? And I'll come to you, Mikey.
Oh, wait, sorry, we have to
Oh, have you? Okay.
We have to get back to campus at 30 past. So.
Okay, fine. Yeah, what's?
Oh, we're on a school trip because the three of us and 30 people at our school partook in a program called the Scholars Program, where we wrote an essay with a PhD student who then graded it, and like on a uni level grading system. So I got a 2-1.
That's excellent. Give him a round of
I
applause.
was one mark off
Round
of
of applause.
first, which
Yeah.
is quite frustrating. But
What was the subject?
it was genetic modification of humans, which was
What's
quite.
the latest? Sorry, I know you have to go, but this is like super amazing, very interesting. So, so genetic modification of humans.
Yeah.
Where is this all going?
It's just like with the general like what people, the ethics of it, and how people will consider it in the coming future and stuff like that. So I wrote about
Okay,
the
so
benefits and consequences it could have.
Okay. So, and you've got 2-1 in your essay. That's
Yeah.
why you're here today. Okay. Are you thinking about studying genetics?
No, I want to study mathematics.
Okay. Okay. So broad spectrum of interest.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Azim, for staying,
the new
sticking
pope.
around. Like the new poet. Is
Like,
he
yeah, he's a mathematician. The previous pope was a chemist, which I'm
Okay.
very glad about because I'm a chemist.
Okay. So big up chemistry. Big up popes, I suppose. Just very quickly, I know you guys have to go. Just give us your name and welcome to Talkaoke.
Hi, I'm Jill.
Welcome, Jill.
I'm a medical photographer in the hospital.
Amazing. There's a lot of creative people here. We had somebody from theatre before, and now we've got some photographer. Jill, we'll come back to you shortly. Okay, thank you so much. Final thought.
Final thought.
What do you want to study in the future as well?
Oh, I want to study in the future. Well, right now we're all three of us are sixth form students. In the future, personally, I want to study psychology or like go on a counselling course or something like that. So yeah.
Okay, and is that something that you use ChatGPT for, do you think?
Oh no, personally, I don't use ChatGPT. I think I just haven't reached that point in academia yet where it would be that helpful for me to use it. I think I'm still good just doing it by myself.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you so much for sticking around. This is George, right? And a final thought from yourself?
Yeah, I'm Sam. I want to study psychology in the police world.
Okay, in police world.
Yes.
Okay, ChatGPT, technology,
Well, I'd
is
say
that going to help or hinder?
open source AI I wouldn't really trust, but if you're doing proprietary, so if a company is kind of selectively fed and proprietary AI the proper materials, it can be really good, but open source isn't really worth it.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Sam. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of today's, and congratulations on, yeah, just doing really well in this competition. Come and join us, by the way, people. We're just talking about ChatGPT, talking about phones. Is it going to be rude in the future to use a phone in public? We've got Jill, who's a medical photographer. We've got Nina, we've got Monsef, and we've got Matt, we've got Mikey, and I'm Margot, and this is Talkaoke. It's just a normal pop-up talk show. Monsef, you've got your following over here. They're real people. Come and join us. You can follow him from the seats. Yeah, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Monsef, what brings you to KCL today?
Just walking past. It's my lunch break.
Yeah.
I work in the area, so I'm just having my cheeky little lunch and a walk.
Okay, well, how's the quality of walk in this area?
Sensational. Not gonna lie. You got some greenery. You got some sunlight. You know what I mean? You have everything going on, so can't complain for a Friday afternoon.
Okay, Friday afternoon. Is King's College, what it's really good for is for little walks, lunch walks. Jill, what do you think? Do you come here for lunch a lot?
I come out here to get the sun when it's out. Yeah, I do walk out here, but I prefer working over at St Thomas's because there's more places to walk around there.
Okay.
Less people. So.
Okay, maybe less
Nice
people, less
green-
exposure for photographer as well.
Well, no, that doesn't matter really, but
Okay.
nice green spaces over there.
Okay, nice green spaces. I mean, is this what this area is famous for? I mean, is this the kind of thing that nobody's talking about, how good or bad it is for lunch breaks?
Well, I mean, coming here today, it's a bit busy actually. There's a lot of people walking in lots of different directions. This is why I sort of brought up the phone thing, because half the people are actually on their phones walking around and they're not looking where they're going.
Okay. I mean,
They seem to be able to navigate mostly.
I mean, has that ever happened to you, Monsef? Have you ever walked and looked at your phone and just like tripped up and just, all that stuff?
Quite often, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Probably the people that are glued to their phone while walking. But I also feel like 99.9% of the time I don't bump into anybody, and I'm walking where I need to go. So I don't find that an issue. And probably after walking here 1,000 times, the view's probably been observed. So the phone's probably a bit more interesting.
Okay. So maybe phones are actually more interesting. Could we make the public space more interesting? 100%. Yeah. How would you do that?
Probably just a bit more interactive communities. Like I've been here for 3 years working in this area. I've not seen this once, so it's probably the best way to do it. To be honest, get people talking.
Yeah. I mean, are you saying let's have more Talkaoke in this area at King's College London?
Yes, I do think we should. But talk to me. What's this about? What are we doing? What's going on?
Okay, go on.
I want to know. Well, this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show, and we're here at the invitation of King's College. So it's about come and join us, because this is what it's all about. We're only here for one day, and as you said, it's like yes, but it's kind of. the whole point of Talkaoke is up to the people around the table to decide what the big subjects are, what we should be talking about. I mean, I've just thrown in the phone thing as a starter.
But we don't have to be
But
too
yeah, I would like to know what people actually want to talk about. What are the big subjects?
Okay, whilst you're thinking about what you really want to talk about, and it could be trivial, could be deep, could be something in between, whatever that would be, I'm going to introduce a new person to the table. What's your name?
Chino.
Gino, welcome. I'm Margot. This is Monsef. We've got Nina, we've got Jill, we've got Mikey, we've got Matt, and anyone else joining as I'm doing a round of names? Come and join us, come and join us. You've got lanyards, I like the colour. Gino. Yeah. Gino. All right, come and join us. Person over there, I recognise you.
Hi.
You've been on Talkaoke before?
No, I heard about it.
Okay, well, you look famous somehow. What's your name?
David.
David, welcome. I'm Margot. We've got Gino, we've got Monsef, we've got Nina, Jill, Mikey and Matt. And right now, what are we talking about? What should we be talking about?
Dementia.
What do you want to say about dementia?
It's an incurable illness that affects people. After the age of 60, 65, the risk of developing dementia doubles. So I'm actually going to post some of my books that I've just signed for people. So that's my book. That's my book.
Okay, so this is a book that you have written yourself, and it's about dementia.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's very, very important to me. I lost a few people through dementia, and not until I studied it before I knew some of the symptoms they were exhibiting is now dementia issues. So that's what I'm doing, and yeah.
So this is about raising awareness. You really sadly lost some people close to you to this illness. Jill, you're going. Will you give us some final thoughts? It could be about anything that you've heard today, or none of the above. Maybe you want to throw another subject to the table, and then we'll see how it develops when you come back in the next hour or so.
Oh, I just heard about you. You were chatting about ChatGPT.
What were you going to say about that?
Well, I've just kind of like realised what that does in the last sort of couple of months, and I think it's really clever, and I use it quite a bit now. So yeah.
What does it do?
Quite old school. Well, you can. For example, you can ask it how to write things, and you know, not that I write any essays, but it's very good at kind of writing letters and things like that. So.
Okay, so ChatGPT is not as bad as maybe some people painted, and does a lot of useful things. Monsef, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I'll say, no, it's alright.
Thanks, Jill. Take care.
I would find ChatGPT quite funny because my missus has now been using ChatGPT as our therapist for our relationship. So,
what's the latest recommendation from ChatGPT on relationship?
So, the most recent thing that I've learned is that apologizing is not a loss of control or dignity, but instead it's a way of healing the connection between one person and the other. I think,
Okay, thank you very much, Monsef. And meanwhile, we've got new new people to the table. Table is the same. Table is not new. We've got Monsef, we've got Gino, we've got Dave, we've got Matt, we've got Mikey. My name is Margot. What's your name?
Zaid.
Zaid and
Hadiza.
Zaid, Hadiza. Mikey, over to you.
No, I'm just wondering, just sort of linking the two subjects together, is there, talking about people with dementia, is ChatGPT or other artificial intelligence kind of useful for just making sense of the world? If you are starting to, lose your cognitive ability, could the ChatGPT or a different artificial intelligence actually take up the slack and help you make sense of the world?
Okay, so right now, welcome. What's your name?
Juliet.
Juliet, welcome. This is everyone. I'm not going to do a round of names. I'll do it later. Oh, what's your name?
Rachel.
Rachel, welcome. As above, I'll do a round of names later. Okay, so can ChatGPT actually help? Yeah, was that?
So that's an excellent question. Yeah, that's a very, very brilliant question because over the years we've been trying to develop, softwares, artificial intelligence, anything that could help people. Because most people, when they lose the cognitive ability to do things for themselves, they rely on signages, rely on posters, rely on things like that. So it's quite important that and the ChatGPT is very good. If you do some research with it, it would actually point you to some of the things that we're trying to do. But the difficulty is, I will still want them to be tailored to the black minority ethnic people because it's still in the development. Like my book, it took me time to write it because I was looking for something that actually narrowed down to my own people, and it was very difficult. But because I had some people that lived through it and then lose some people from it, I was able to get life experience of dementia.
Okay. So
because the subject of dementia is it's just open. It can address everything, but it doesn't narrow it down to culturally specific issues that people need. So
okay, so it's good for kind of a broad casting a broad net ideas, but then really it goes down to your personal experience. I'll come to you because you've not said anything, and then to yourself, Spencer. Is Zayn? No.
Zaid.
Zaid.
So what you asked was a really good question about ChatGPT and dementia. But first, I want to address the fact that a lot of old people don't know how to use technology that well. So how will the old person be able to access AI if they don't know how to use it? I saw a statistic earlier this week where it was about 20% of old people or people in the UK can't actually use technology that well. They can't govern digital skills. So I think first off, before we need to further AI, we need to teach older generations or even new generations how to use technology or how to kind of govern their way on the internet. Since we all had stories about old people being taken advantage of, being scammed on the internet, given their personal information, and even some family members, they've been, in my family at least, they've been a victim of that kind of crime, and it's really disheartening to see that. But I do think AI can be taking places that we haven't heard of or we can't think of right now, and a future like that is a future that I want to see.
Okay, so thank you so much. So what about this digital literacy for older people? Can we kind of broaden the knowledge somewhat? I know that's an excellent point. What about yourself, Nina? You're about to go, right? So why don't you give us final thoughts? And that goes to anyone who wants to leave. You're welcome to dip in and out. Just give us a final thought before you go.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this has been a great Talkaoke, I just wanted to say. So thank you guys for coming to KCL and discussing some pretty interesting talk points. My final thoughts is that it's undeniable that we're currently living in some very transitional times. And tech is inevitably already part of our lives and is only going to continue being part of our lives, I think. So yeah, just building literacy, building awareness, and seeing how we can adapt to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Nina. Enjoy the rest of today. A massive round of applause. But yeah, what about the world that we haven't imagined yet? That's the exciting place for you, Zaid. Monsef, that's Mike for you. You wanted to...
Oh yeah, of course. Before I go, I just want to say the book that you're writing, Chido, sounds very interesting. I wanted to ask, was it more about understanding the symptoms of dementia, or is it more of a maybe Afrocentric approach to understanding dementia? What's the angle of your book?
Okay, just a bit of clarification on your book, Chino.
Right, the book is open to everybody, but specifically what I did is I narrowed it down to Nigeria. So, but you get all information about dementia generally, everybody. Yeah, the symptoms and everything is the same thing, but why I specifically focused in Nigeria is I brought down some of the things that should be addressed culturally for an individual. For example, if I go to Jewish care homes, most of the food they serve them is Jewish. But if I go to African care home, most of the food they serve them is English. So what we're saying is, if you have a Ghanaian, you have a Nigerian, you have a Jamaican, let's do something for them that specifically address their need. So that's what my book is all about. So, but everything about dementia is there.
That's really great. It really kind of helps with the level of detail and specificity about culture. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. You have to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, stay for a bit longer. Yeah, nice one. Dave, grab the mic. I'll hold it for you.
Oh, so many topics. I was thinking of dementia, but we won't go into that. Chat, what's it called? Chat
GPT?
GPT.
Yes.
Speaking as an old person, the amount of information that is available for you on the internet, everywhere you look, you get a lot. What does Chat GPT give you? I've never looked at it.
Okay, I mean, can somebody do a pitch for ChatGPT?
Yes, as far as I know, it's only a way of cheating on exams. That's all I've heard about ChatGPT.
Okay, can somebody explain to Dave what ChatGPT can do? Is it just for cheating in exams, Rachel?
Most people that we go to school, we see lots of tests, lots of homework assignments. ChatGPT is the easy way out. But when you want to access information, on Google you search, you have all these links you press, and maybe one link doesn't go directly where you want to go. You can ask ChatGPT, specify for me. You can ask for references. You can ask for where you got this information from. And if you yourself know something and you think that doesn't sound right, you can, because there is even a kind of link, like ChatGPT is not always correct. So the information that you offer up is also what helps develop the software, I think.
Okay, so it's like to clarify where knowledge is coming from. It's just kind of like cross-referencing, because you're right. There's a lot of knowledge out there.
Same thing as Google, but just a little more more accurately, are you saying?
Yeah, so maybe it's more specific. I'm going to come to you just because I promised the mic, but also you're going, Gino. Okay, I'm going to grab your point and then I'll get your final thoughts and then we'll carry on. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that while AI is a really good thing, one thing that we as a society don't consider, and it's one of the like unseen effects of AI, is the effect that it has on the environment, because AI uses up so much water within such little time, like using up tons of water. I actually was doing research on it yesterday because I'm doing an academic paper, and it uses up like critical and rare minerals, and they are being like unsustainably sourced, and they also contribute to the greenhouse effect, which while it's a good thing, we have to we're kind of placed between a rock and a hard place. Like, should we look at how it can help people, or should we look at how we can preserve our environment and place what's it called? No, place there will be and risk not having quicker solutions to really big problems that AI could solve. So yeah.
So in a way, could ChatGPT or the kind of even notion of ChatGPT help us with appreciating our environment, for example? It's a bit kind of around the houses way of going about it, but thank you so much for this. What about the sustainability and the impact it has on nature, use of technology? Bless you. Final thought, you know.
Yeah, my final thought about this is, I mean, for the best part of 40, 50 years, we didn't have the detailed knowledge of what we know about dementia right now. But with technology and all these things we're talking about, yes, it's got everything has got disadvantage. But with the technology we have now, we're able to they can actually, within kind of percentage, predict who's going to develop dementia. That's how good the system is. And these are all softwares. You understand what I'm saying? So, but in terms of coming from the black minority ethnic side, the technology side, we're like 80% behind where people are right now. We're still trying to develop watches based on our cultural sentences, but you can get watches that, support people with dementia. But how do we get to the level where black people do have that as well? I'll give an example of the care homes. If you go to different care homes, you get different outcomes, but everything is dementia. So what we're trying to do is use all these technologies to narrow the whole thing down. I understand the sustainability is going to be difficult, but we have to make sure, because right now, okay, for example, when I started studying dementia, 2019, was about 700,000 people living with the dementia in UK. As of today, it's 982,000. It's gone up, and by 2030, it's going to hit something like millions. So if we don't do something, it's going to keep going.
So can we use technology to bring everybody into up to speed with what possibilities there are to preserve them from dementia, or maybe monitor the symptoms sooner? You guys are going. Thank you so much. I'm going to get the final thought from you. Then from you guys, if you go.
Yeah, sure.
Then you. Yeah.
Final points. That's a really good topic that we should be looking into.
Yeah, drop the mic.
Regarding the point of the sustainability, I would say society needs to develop and create more renewable sources of energy that can accommodate for that. My final thought is, I hope this doesn't do too much for your program, but free Palestine a million times.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for this call out. Absolutely, everybody can say whatever they want on the mic, and this is really, really good. So you're going as well? Yes. Final thought, and then final thought.
Final thoughts. I love the speech we had here. I love the talk we're having. What I do want to say as well, I agree with that guy fully. And please pay your artists. Don't use AI art.
Okay, pay your artists. Yes. Thank you so much, Zayn.
What Hadiz was saying about natural resources, mining unsustainably, I think that goes for everything in development. Phones, cars, and I think that if we can invest in something like AI that can help more people, rather than how do I get the latest phone, how do I get the latest model, something that can be beneficial for us instead of, overconsumption. Again, like you said, a rock and a hard place, but I think there should be more investment towards AI and sustainability of the resource.
Okay, so thank you so much, Rachel. Final thoughts?
Final thought from me. Back to what my friend Rachel and also Hadiza said, when we think about the ways in which we're unsustainably taking things from the earth in terms of ChatGPT, I think it really comes down to thinking about whether we want to preserve our quality of life currently, or if we want to preserve that of the older generations in terms of dementia. And that's something that we really need to consider. Yeah.
You know, that's an excellent point, because are we just focusing on, the latest consumption, or are we thinking long term? Are we thinking about our own convenience? Are we thinking about community and the future generations? Are you thinking about future generations just in general? No, okay, that's fair enough. Thank you, girls, and enjoy your day. Dave, has that brought you a bit more kind of enlightenment about ChatGPT technology, or has it just made it all more complicated?
Everything I hear about AI is bad.
Okay. Is it because everything about AI is bad, Mikey?
I mean, I've heard some pretty good things about AI. I've got to say, for example, we were doing this Talkaoke in the Festival of Genomics, and there was this one lady there who was researching something, and she said that her PhD, which was supposed to last 3 years,
In something.
which is all about analysing lots and lots of papers that have already been written, got done in a week because the ChatGPT analysed all the data and crunched all the numbers, and obviously she had to check up on this, but it saved an incredible amount of time in research. And in that particular context, everyone's going crazy about AI because it's really advancing research at a very, very fast rate. So there are areas where people are very into AI, but I do agree that it is daunting. And come and join us.
Do you use ChatGPT? Have you ever used ChatGPT? Okay, so maybe, so should ChatGPT and technology be used just in special academic contexts where people are actually working on PhDs and things like that, not to get latest phones?
Yeah, I understand, obviously for research, but obviously for exams as well. That is useful for the same reason. And then, of course, as an artist and an actor, we're worried about it because you can reproduce people's faces and voices. I come across it advertising things that are totally erroneous because you've got Keir Starmer talking in an Irish accent, extolling the virtues of some kind of investment plan or something, which is totally false and evil. No, I'm obviously. I'm just saying I do hear bad things about AI, and particularly on the artists, the idea it can replace composing music, for instance. I just think, well, that's sad kind of thing.
Okay,
who needs that?
Yeah,
who needs a machine?
Yeah, so maybe it does. The ChatGPT and technology, they have got their place in scanning through lots of papers and coming up with your PhD in a shorter time, so you don't have to invest 10 years. No, it's 5 years, I think, of your time to achieve your PhD. But also, you just brought in something. Would Keir Starmer sound better if he had a different accent? What about politicians' accents? Could they benefit from
I think it's incredible that he's got to where he has with the accent and the diction more than anything else that he's got. But I do think, that it's a problem especially for voiceover artists, because that industry has kind of died now because people just use a artificial voice to do their voiceovers, and it's quite effective. I do think you can still tell when it's a artificial voice compared to a real voice, but for many contexts it doesn't really matter. So yeah.
But is natural voice just a little bit overrated? People always say when they hear their voice on the mic, for example, on Talkaoke, oh, I hate the sound of my voice. Just maybe AI should just do it all. Right.
Yes, I agree. Like, one of the final thoughts that someone had over there, that we need to preserve artists. I just thought, ironically, that we should run Talkaoke with only AI. So having an AI chat in the middle and AI chats all around, speaking to each other. That would be very symbolic.
So have some fleshy participants and have some AI participants. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
Oh, I thought you were saying all AIs. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. What do you think about AI? Is it killing us? Is it helping us? That's what we're talking about now. Come and join us.
Welcome. So this is Talkaoke. We've got Matt, we've got Dave, we've got Mikey. My name is Margaret. What's your name?
I'm Julia.
Julia, welcome. And there will be probably some people joining soon as well. So right now we have been talking about technology. We have been talking about AI. Is it killing the artist? Should we actually just use AI to mimic people's voices? Because a lot of people don't like the sound of their own voices. Have you ever used ChatGPT? Are phones killing the public space? These are just some of the subjects. Does anything kind of sound interesting to you, Julia?
I mean, I'm an intercollegiate student at King's, so I'm actually at the Courtauld, so I'm an art historian.
Amazing.
Yes.
So is my flatmate. He's doing a course. He's in first year right now.
Same here. I'm just completed my first year, so
congratulations.
We've had so many talks about AI. Thank you. But I personally feel like AI is taking away that creativity from people and just substituting that human element of art that makes art interesting and for humans.
Okay, so you are an artist historian. You've got a colleague. Do you feel like
It's kind of what I would say.
yeah. But I mean, I do wonder for art history, like what's going to happen in, say, 10, 20 years' time? Will your course be studying AI-generated art, Mikey, and then math?
I mean, I feel that, it's just it's a bit like when photography came around, people said there won't be any more painters, but the painters have gone on painting nevertheless, and they still do it, and they enjoy it, sometimes enjoy what they're doing. And I think what it does is it actually moves the art into a more conceptual realm. So, for example, next week we're doing a gig on Tuesday night at the Pleasance Theatre. Do come. It's 7 o'clock, £5 to get in with a special code. But
special code is £0 to get.
Oh, £0 to get in. Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't. Anyway, but we're doing a kind of mashup between kind of Animal Farm and Question Time because of this idea. This is a bit of a monologue, but basically with this idea that satire is the same as here, but with animals. So we're doing a question time with animals. And in order to make the theme music for this, we've only got a budget of £800. We can't spend it all on a composer creating a mashup between the Birdies song and the question time theme tune. So we're just asking AI to do it for us. And that's an extra thing that wouldn't get done by a musician because musicians are too expensive.
They'll say £800 is my day rate.
Yeah, exactly. Come join us.
Okay, so maybe when the budget is in play, it's okay to use. I mean, shall we just do like an income assessment? If you're poor, you should be able to use ChatGPT and AI tools. If you're loaded, you shouldn't. Matt?
I think anything created by ChatGPT is gonna be, or AI is kitsch, or like when you go to IKEA. And there's like these generic paintings that people buy them, and hang them on walls, but not everyone likes that, and it's gonna be the same with AI-generated art. It's just gonna be seen as kitsch and sort of not very tasteful in the end. So I don't think artists are endangered because artists have never been mass-producing art anyway.
Okay, so artists are not endangered, so you shouldn't worry. The two artists they have around the table. You had your hand up, Julia. I can see your hand, Mikey, but I'm going to come to Julia.
I was going to say, with the camera, it still has that human element of it. You still have to, I'm not a professional photographer. I've only used the camera a handful of times. That is not a phone camera. You need to have that human component of adjusting the zoom in or aperture. So it has that human element that you can't substitute with AI in art.
Yeah, so you kind of have to. You have to kind of use your hands and your expertise to do it. Welcome. This is Talkaoke. If you're wondering what this is, come and join us. Talking about photography, have you ever taken a picture? What was the last picture that you took? Hello, welcome. All ages are welcome here, by the way. I just let you know. But yeah, so the question is, are we just overthinking about this AI destroying artists? Are we moving into a kitsch era in terms of art? Because that's the art, according to Matt, that is being generated by AI, Mikey?
I think that's that's the thing is that AI is just doing all the sort of the kitsch art, the IKEA art, or the Keir Starmer kind of art. And there's the actual kind of, I think the really interesting stuff can't be done by AI because, as everyone has said, AI comes up with a very generic result rather than something that's totally unique.
What do you think of IKEA art? IKEA kind of paintings? Have you ever seen them? Or hotel paintings? Are they kitschy or are they good? They're good. Okay, so there you go, Matt. Maybe it's just your taste in art that needs an upgrade, you know? So, Dave.
It's not a question of taste.
It's not a question of taste. What is it a question of then?
It's a question of value.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
That's all I have to say. It's a question of value. Something created by a machine has no value.
Okay, something created by a machine has no value. On the other hand, even a photograph taken with human hands, that's much more valuable. Mikey, sorry, I cut you off with your point. Do you remember what it was?
No, I can't remember what it was now.
Okay, so I mean, so this is interesting. So you're talking about IKEA art. You're talking about, the value is
has no resonance. That's what I'm saying. But of course, it's maybe decorative, it may be attractive, and people like decorative and attractive things. You know, you can't take that away. But I just don't find it interesting.
Okay, so IKEA art is what we're talking about right now. Do you value IKEA art, or have you ever seen these paintings in hotels? Do we just value them less? Is that something that you will be studying? Come and join us. This is Pop-Up Talk Show, Talkaoke. Have you ever seen IKEA art?
Well, I just want to go on the hotel art because I probably spend a lot of time in hotels and I look at the art and I actually think it's, it's a little bit underrated. It's the same with IKEA art because personally, my view about it is that what makes good art is not just what the artist does, but what the viewer does as well. So actually, I think to a certain extent, part of the technological kind of explosion that we've had has mean that we don't really look at things properly or listen to anything properly. We just take it at face value. So I remember when we were doing a gig in Manchester, studying the art on the wall and just really thinking about where it was a kind of cube, but made out of little textures. And what was it about this cube that somebody had drawn? Nobody stopped to actually, I'm sure, of all the people in the hotel room, nobody had actually ever stopped to look and actually really think deeply about this. Maybe, so I don't think it's just about the artist, it's also about the viewer, or in any art form.
Okay, so should everybody be doing a little bit of art history? Then you can kind of relax and just know that people appreciate art. I'll come to you, Juliet, and then to you.
I mean, I'm not like 100% against AI. It can have its benefits in art, especially with like generating some kind of new ideas you couldn't have thought of before, that people aren't just technically stealing from it. They're incorporating their own ideas into it, if that makes a little bit of sense. But I feel like there should be stricter laws on what you can do with AI and how much, like what percentage of your art can be AI if that's the way you want to take your art.
Okay, AI art. Kitsch or nice?
What?
AI art. This is such a strange sentence to say, isn't it? It's like AI art. Do you like AI art? AI generated art?
Yeah. I think maybe that's great. Yeah, because it's quite efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can get something you designed quite quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe if you're not an artist, but you need to create something artistic, AI can actually help you. But welcome to Talkaoke. I'm Margot. We've got Juliet. We've got Julia.
Yes.
We've got Matt. We've got Dave. We've got Mikey. And what's your name?
My name's Hao Jin. Yeah.
Hao Jin. Nice to meet you. Mikey had your hand up, and Dave, then you.
No, I mean, going back to AI, I think someone's got to stand up for AI as a creative tool. Mm-hmm. And it just reminds me, there's a famous cartoon by a cartoonist called Ad Reinhardt, where he's drawn a skyscraper with lots of windows, and he's just drawn the first 5 windows of the massive skyscraper and then just written etc. Because it's, because he just couldn't be bothered to draw the tedious extra, 95 other windows, whereas AI can do that for you. It takes the tedium out of things like drawing lots and lots of windows, and it's still art, isn't it?
Or designing posters.
Yeah, designing posters, all these things. It's like, and that allows for more creativity, not less creativity.
Yeah, but you're implying that making art is tedious. I mean, I don't know, Dave, you're an artist. Is making art or performance tedious?
No, it's the only thing it's really of interest in life.
Come and join us. This is Pop-Up Talk Show. You're welcome to join talking about art.
And I know Wayne McGregor is a choreographer who uses AI in a very interesting way, and I agree. Of course, I'm throwing brickbats out just for the fun of it. If you use AI, it can obviously be useful in terms of research, but in terms of creativity, the human being must be top, and there is a frightening situation now where intelligent beings are being created that might be more intelligent than us.
Okay, so
this is a can of worms that is dangerously coming over the hillside, and that's another question. AI is obviously related to that, so I'm for AI to be used, but it's like opening that Pandora's box of tricks that and bringing. Yes, Stephen Fry was talking about Prometheus bringing fire down.
Is there a similar kind of metaphor of AI and technology?
Yes, fire might just burn up a whole lot.
I mean, are humans just too obsessed with their own intelligence? I mean, is it such a bad thing that there are beings out there that are potentially more intelligent than human? I'm going to come to Matt and then to Mikey and have a think about it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna change the topic a little bit because I just wanted to say that I have a trouble relating to art. No, not all art, but you know, sometimes not even IKEA art. I go into an art gallery, and I'm not infused with all the knowledge and expertise, and sometimes it lacks descriptions on the walls. I'm just meant to go in there and experience it, but I have no idea. So in the White Cube now, there is quite a lot of these. Race-related art pieces.
Have you been to a gallery recently? Art gallery? Would you like to go to an AI-generated gallery? Yeah, come and join us. This is a pop-up talk show. Are you going exam? Oh, good luck. Good luck. Are you using ChatGPT to revise? Never. Wow. Okay. Thank you, guys. Good luck. Yes. Yeah. Finish your thoughts, and then we'll come to you, Julia.
Yeah. So maybe I'm just like an uneducated brute, but you know, there are some pieces that I just didn't understand. You know, like there was. This thing relating to Black Panther movement in America, and there was like sort of pieces of wood making a corridor, and there was no description to it. It just said like, oh, it's about Black Panther. I was like, great. I have no idea what this is. No one explained to me what this is meant to be like like every single element of the installation. I was just like, it's great to know it's about Black Panther. I have no idea what it's trying to say about the Black Panther. Because maybe I'm just uneducated and maybe I was born too late. I don't know.
Okay, so can it be, can galleries work a little bit harder in making art accessible, or should you be using technology with, hey Siri or hey ChatGPT, what the hell is this all about? Is this a good use of technology? But yes, do people need to understand art to appreciate it as an art historian?
Well, as an art historian and as an art historian, but also someone who frequented galleries even as a child, art galleries, at least in my opinion, aren't designed to tell you history. They're designed to inspire you to look at something, maybe gather a little bit of information like about the Black Panther movement, that it's about that, for you to go off and do your own research and put it into your own practice, whether it be artistic or not, or just pure general knowledge is up to you, but art galleries are designed to allow you to do that instead of just kind of throwing all this information at you, what the artist technically wants you to think.
So it's like an invitation to use your own imagination. Come and join us. When was the last time you used your imagination? Person over there, he's also trying to blend with the background, unsuccessfully. Okay, so galleries, are they... Yeah.
Just a brief note. Actually, I think you're right, because after being in the gallery, I went into the gallery shop and bought two books about. So like one was autobiography of Malcolm X, and the other one was short essays on life by a black lesbian activist from the 70s. So maybe that's what it achieved, which is good. But I still think I would have loved if someone told me what these pieces of words were, because it's annoying me. I'm a scientist. I like understanding everything what I see.
So should there be like separate entrances or separate exhibitions for scientists,
yes,
people
scientists.
with imagination?
Yes.
I just wonder.
I just need to be told, what do you think? What are you trying to tell me? It's much easier with like
stability. Come and join us. We're talking about art. I mean, do you need to understand art in order to appreciate it? Come and join us.
It's easier with Christian art, you know. Yeah? If it's all about Jesus, you know, it's very familiar. But
so everybody understands Jesus, or many people do. But you haven't said very much. I mean, what do you make of this? I mean, have you ever been to a gallery? Do you struggle similarly to Matt when you don't see full description and explanation?
Well, I think I'm quite agree to him. Yeah, actually, because if someone told me about the background of the art, I would understand more and have like some views to appreciate it. Yeah, but if I didn't, I just quite curiosity about what's going on here. Yeah, well, but for a lot of art, well, I think they are really elegant jobs. Well, we just see, well, it's quite beautiful, but that's it. Yeah. So to me, like when the AI is generate those pictures, we can just put into our ideas on it, and they can help us, because for when we are not learning something about art techniques, we can't draw by ourselves. So well, it's a good tool, I think. So maybe if the AI can have held some gallery, I maybe
Okay, so maybe there should be like a little AI corner for people who need that extra explanation in galleries. It can help you if you're not an artist in creating a beautiful image. And is art just kind of about creating beautiful images, or what's it about? Mikey, and then Dave. Did you have your hand up, Dave? Yeah.
Having been to art school, yeah, thank you. I should give myself a round of applause. Yeah.
Come and rest your legs. We're just having a talk show. So you work for London. Sorry. You work for London Underground. Come and join us. Which line?
Okay, I can't stay for very long because I need to get to work actually. So I've just got an appointment.
No problem. How? What's your name?
Lindsay Clark.
Lindsay, I'm Margot. We've got Matt, we've got Dave, we've got Michael, we've got Howjean, we've got Julie, and this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We're just talking about art, AI-generated art, and also going to galleries. Do you need to understand what this piece of art is about to appreciate it? We're talking about hotel art. There's a lot of kind of like generic pictures kind of hanging around in IKEA and in hotels. Are they just destroying the art? Are artists endangered? What about tube drivers or people working on London Underground? Are you affected by AI? Or maybe even people walking and looking at their phone and falling under the train?
Well, I'm not a driver, but I can say, there is an issue with people looking at the phones, because sometimes we have messages that go out over the tannoy. People aren't listening because they're so busy looking at this. So when we're saying things like, which sounds boring to you, you hear it all the time, mind the gap, situations like this on the Northern Line, for example, we don't say that just for fun. We're saying it for reason, stand behind the yellow line. People just aren't listening. They're so busy on their own devices or earphones. That's a new thing now as well. Nobody's really listening to you at all. So it's very hard. As for art, I don't know. I don't think AI affects us yet in terms of the underground. What I do see is the new types of we've got more interactive things. I don't think interactive is the right word. Sorry, you've caught me on the hop here. But we've got now different screens that are advertised. So it's not just flat 1D kind of thing. Now you've got more sort of things that you can look at, and they're moving at the same time. And I think that attracts people's attention. So in terms of advertising, I think AI is a really good thing. But in terms of media, without going down, in terms of political and how they want to portray things to us, I think it's a very scary thing, because now it's got to the point that I'm thinking, is this true? Because with everything going on in the world, or is it not true? That's how AI affects me. Do I need to understand art to believe it? I'm going to all your different questions.
You're absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah,
Do I need to understand AI? Not really. Again, only in terms of being scared. Is it real? That's the thing. And the guy behind's got his hand up being very polite, so I don't know if he wants to speak or...
Yeah.
yeah.
Mikey, do you want to speak? But thank you so much for like addressing so many points. Mikey...
No, I mean, but I think it, yes,
Lindsay,
Lindsay, I think it, you know, it's this thing about, you know, whether it be the fake news or the art that's impenetrable, it's all about having to use a mind to actually, you know, to actually work out what it all means. And I think that is really where we need to focus on. It's like, in both cases, whether it's the fake news or the art, the question is, what does this really mean? And I think that's the onus there is on the audience, it's on the individuals to work out what it really means.
And be okay with not knowing, maybe, or wanting to find out. Yes, grab the mic. Matt?
So yesterday we were talking a lot about creative thinking, but I think now we need to mention scientific thinking, as I'm a scientist, and I think if we were more responsible with showing people that scientific thinking is literally just taking in the evidence and looking at the relationships between things. So even if you, for example, are not a specialist in something, it should be up to the scientists to explain it well and show it that, for example, like we've had COVID, right? Like explaining to people that, you know, actually keeping distance did help. You know, some people were not believing it. So there's definitely a gap in how we do this, but
Mind the gap.
mind the gap, yes.
Okay, so
we need more scientific thinking. We need more creative thinking as well in the society.
Could you have more of these like flashy screens they have on London Underground? Because I know the adverts you're talking about. I always get caught. I'm like, damn, I'm looking at the advert that I don't really need to be looking at because they trick me. I mean, should we be having more screens here about how to start a nice creative conversation? Should we be having yeah, go on, Lindsay, grab the mic. Hello, hey, hello. Nice to see you again.
I think there's a point that you could get overstimulated, and being realistic in terms of advertising on the underground, we've also got the safety aspect that is most important for us here. So we don't want too many things taking your attention away or making you, especially when you're going up the escalators, do you want to be distracted? No, you don't really. Escalators can be scarier than you think. You know, again, without shoving the safety down your throat, there's a lot of aspects on the station to be aware of. So I think we've just got enough, really.
Okay, so we've got the balance right. Let's not overdo it.
For us, I think, personally, my personal opinion, I can't say what.
Which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. But I mean, is it safe to be creatively communicating science? I mean, do people really need to know so much about science? Do they just need to know the bare basic? But why? What's the benefit?
Because it's cool and interesting.
Okay, cool and interesting. Should some of these screens on escalators come and join us? By the way, are you a scientist? Perfect. You're well qualified to come and join us, Talkaoke, even if you didn't study. But Dave, you had your hand up.
Oh, so many things. I think the problem with mobile phones is only just beginning. Because what frightens me, I don't have a child, but I see little babies obsessed with their screens on the bus. This is the only way to keep them quiet. And they are there, they have to be locked in to a machine. And I just think at that tender age, if you're being hypnotized by a screen, and that's the only way you can be got to behave, there's going to be a trouble when you grow up. I don't, am I crazy? But I mean, I know nothing about children, but it just makes me feel a little strange, yes.
Okay,
one other thing too, yes. Art, yes, I know. Yes, Matt, some people don't get classical music. They just think it's completely pointless. They don't get it. I mean,
what is the point of classical music?
What is the point of music?
Just asking for a friend.
John Cage says something lovely. There are two absolutely useless things in life: laughter and music.
Interesting. Ponder that.
They don't mean anything.
Okay, so they don't mean anything. You had your hand up. Do you remember what you were going to say, Lindsay? Yeah,
when he mentioned children, what we've got to remember is they're the future. So society is changing, and the younger generation doesn't have the same attention span as what we had because of what we were dealing with. What they're dealing with is electronic equipment that is faster now. So this is how they're going to think. So really, things like AI and everything else that's now is right. Because if you leave it on for too long, they're already bored and moved on, and they're not going to get the message. So this is the way forward for the generations we've got. We've just got to adapt, unfortunately, us oldies. We've got to adapt. On that note, I need to go to work, my darling. I can't be late.
Lindsay, no, thank you so much for making time in your busy schedule and throwing so much into this table, into this conversation. This is us, we are the people speak. We don't have many cards. They're being printed as we speak. Maybe we could get AI on the case as we speak. Yeah, just see you on the Underground. Is it Northern Line?
Oh no, I work for the Metropolitan line.
Oh, Metropolitan, very nice.
Come on the hills, say hello.
Oh, we will do. Really nice upholstery on the Metropolitan line. That's what I always remember it to be. Okay, so children on screens, you had a point to say, but this is interesting. So children that you see just kind of like zonking out on the devices, they're actually training for the future. So yeah, just start them early. Yes, Julie.
I mean, I'm 20, so I was lucky enough to grow up in a world that didn't really have technology as vast as it is today. So I'm quite thankful for that, and I echo your point on seeing children with devices, and it's quite scary. But also the fact that because now AI is quite not as advanced, so it's quite easy to spot, for example, an AI-generated image of humans, especially, like they have an extra finger or an extra toe or like funky eyes or something. But the worry is for the future that the AI is going to get a lot smarter, a lot more advanced, and all these poor children growing up won't be able to recognize what's AI and what isn't, and get basically a false narrative of something that's not true.
I'm going to ask these people, can you tell a difference between a human, real human, and an AI generated human? Can you spot the difference? What are the giveaways?
Probably not.
You can't? Okay, well come and join us. We can't either. But is this a bad thing? Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. I'm speaking extremely fast. It's probably all these coffees I had this morning. AI probably would be able to speak in a measured manner and calmly, but I can't do that. So maybe that's one of the giveaways, that I'm not AI. But my name is Margot. Who do we have around the table?
Matt.
David.
Mikey.
Jing.
Julia.
Rock. Nice to meet you, and I'm Margot, as I said. It's a solid name, good foundations, but we have been talking about AI-generated images. We're talking about babies, you know, like you notice babies on the buses glued to the screens, but maybe they're just like training for the future, you know? Maybe they're not just being, what do you think? Have you seen children glued to the screens?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, it is what it is now.
Yeah.
People use technology more. They probably have lower attention spans.
Okay, yes.
Because of it.
Yeah, so attention span, I mean, who here has got a long attention span? Yeah?
Well, actually, I spend a lot of time on screen. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Even as a baby, do you remember yourself as a baby with a screen?
Yeah, of course.
Yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, this is point I really want to share because, you know, in the screen you have really fast videos and everything, and you know, everything you get in touch with is just really fast, really fascinating, and really new. It's quite unlike with our surrounding, with quite, you know, really old street or something is really same today. So I think it's just, you know, a lot of different fancy things you see. And also for the music, actually I have some views again, yeah, because for a lot of classical music, they are quite, you know, complicated, and actually it takes time to understand those phrases, and you get lots of source about it, and you can really think, wow, that's fantastic and fun. But it really takes time. But for the, you know, like lots of pop music, they're quite simple, and you can just get it in really few minutes. So I think because you just listen a lot and you will find the difference. But it really takes time, and
Okay.
that means that those classical would go fade or something like that.
I mean, look, obvious question on everybody's lips is what can classical music learn from easy pop music? Do you know what I mean? What, you know, maybe there's something they can learn. But it all started with the attention span question. You're saying actually this short attention span, it's not a bad thing because it keeps you stimulated all the time. And who actually has got time to study music in all its depth and even composition and things like that? So maybe it's not a bad thing. Who had a hand up? Dave?
Oh, just an anecdote. It's been going on for a long time. Alexander Pope thought those people sitting in sitting rooms listening to somebody on a harpsichord were just pretending. They couldn't possibly be actually enjoying the stuff.
No, maybe they were suffering. Maybe they were just, you know, this kind of purgatory. I don't know. Maybe it was punishment. But yes, Julia.
I was going to say, with the whole music and art talk that we had of why should I delve deeper into it? With music, for example, music is designed to pleasure someone who wants to listen to it. If you don't want to listen to it, you don't have to. Same with art. As I said, art galleries are supposed to stimulate the imagination and inspire you, but if you don't want to look at it, you don't have to.
Yeah, it's not compulsion. I mean, can I just ask around the table what stimulates you? Is there any particular music genre or art form that stimulates you, that speaks to you? Would you be your typical gallery goer? Would you, is film your thing? Is music your thing? Rob, what about you? I mean, are you, what kind of art or kind of cultural expression excites you?
I like listening to music. I like podcasts.
Yeah, so kind of, I wanted to say spoken word, but it's not exactly spoken words. It is spoken.
It's more so the topic.
Okay,
Yeah.
what are the topics that interest you?
Like science, healthcare.
Science, healthcare. Any particular area of science, healthcare?
No, just in general.
Okay.
I study medicine here, so.
Okay, you study medicine. Okay, that's fantastic. So podcasts and music. Somebody had a hand up? Because I'm kind of going around a circle. Yeah, Matt. What stimulates you? What kind of art form? Is it podcasts?
I think it's books. Books, but they need to be like emotional porn books. You know, like
Emotional, boring books.
porn
Emotional porn books.
books. Yes,
Okay,
and
you need to explain it as a genre to me.
so it's a type of a book that's a tearjerker. So like I need to read it and I need to cry, be upset. So like I remember when I first read Lolita. I don't know if people around the table know what Lolita is about, but probably that's now your part of research. I was really upset. I threw the book against the wall when I was reading it, and I didn't open it for like a week. But I finished it because I was addicted to the really bad.
I think he's just chilling because he was sitting. Yeah, he's just chilling. We think. I think. I was watching him. He's breathing. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's stuff like that. So
Okay, so emotional porn, literature is one for Matt. I mean, can you analyze Lolita, the piece of literature, through the healthcare lens?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, yeah, maybe it's a challenge. What? Thank you, Matt. Thank you. What stimulates you?
Well, for me, it's actually conversation, and that's why I enjoy doing this job. Come and join us.
What art stimulates your imagination? We've got podcasts, we've got literature, but it has to be emotional porn. So it has to be extremely emotional.
A tearjerker.
A tearjerker. What stimulates you?
I have exams, so I probably need to go back to the library.
Okay, do exams stimulate you creatively?
Not really. I'm kind of tired.
Okay, what do you do to kind of counter this tiredness from exams?
I can't, I'm going to go back to the library.
No worries, no worries. We wish you good luck.
What's the exam that you're on at the moment?
What's the exam?
Yeah, I'm in second year med, so it's it's my second year exam.
Do you know him? He's also no, you're not. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Well, good luck nonetheless. Remember to rest and remember to breathe. That's a good advice, isn't it? Health advice, isn't it?
I think you study.
Yeah. Okay. Don't rest, don't breathe, just study. Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mikey. Sorry, we cut you off there.
Apparently, taking taurine is good for exams. But I will let's ask the medical guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a question
Yeah.
for the medical guy. His
Yeah.
name's rock. Still, I think I haven't
Rock,
changed.
yeah.
Yeah. So, what is taurine good for? Is it good for studying? But I also want to go around the table and find out what stimulates people in terms of art form. You're an art historian. Do you even like art? Any particular art?
I mean, I'm more of a Renaissance and Rococo kind of girl. In terms of art, I really like the Rococo pastel color palette, and I'm more drawn to the pre-1850s art and 1850s before the turn of the 19th century. But I do enjoy music. I'm very into prog rock, into bands like not necessarily prog rock, but The Doors, Counting Crows. They're not really prog rock, but bands like that. Dire Straits. Yeah.
Okay, so quite a mix, okay, in terms of your visual kind of, visual preferences and musical preferences. Great, it's a good callback to some bands as well that I haven't heard for in a long time, so thank you for that. What stimulates you in terms of art?
Well, I'm quite like the movies because it's a quite combination about the stories and the music. Yeah, and always the background, the music will always recall me about the memory of that. And I'm the scientist that while doing the experiment, I really enjoy the music and it really makes me life easier.
Okay, but you can tell us because we're your friends. Do you also watch YouTube whilst you do your science?
No.
Okay, so just the music.
No. But for some experimental things, I always search for the YouTube.
Okay.
Like some lecture things.
Okay, what's your science discipline? What's the kind of area?
Just regenerative dentistry. Yeah.
Regenerative dentistry. Man, do we need to talk to you? Please leave your details. We've got some things to. No, don't apologize. Please stay. Yes. What stimulate? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry, but I still have some experiment on this afternoon, so
well,
I
Mike
need
is
to
willing.
leave you. Yeah, I have to leave to you now.
Okay,
sorry.
so this is the last. Okay, well, listen. Take a picture of our business card. Stay in touch. We are on YouTube, so maybe you can listen to us later.
Can you grow me a new tooth? That's what I would like to know. I need. Yeah. Can you do it for us?
Okay, great.
Okay, all right.
Well, sorted, guys. So before I come to you, Dave, thank you so much and enjoy your regenerative dentistry. Looking forward to new experiments coming that way. Final thoughts. We always ask for final thoughts before people go. Taurine, is it good for studying? What's it good for? Do you know?
Taurine's found in energy drinks, similar to caffeine. I would not use it. I do not drink any energy drinks. I do drink coffee.
Okay.
I think coffee is good for you. There's lots of research papers that say coffee is good for you. Not necessarily the caffeine, but the antioxidants found in coffee.
It's nice to know.
Yeah.
But taurine in energy drinks is bad, but taurine on its own, is it okay?
Again, I don't think energy drinks are particularly good for you. I feel like there's other things you can drink. There's better alternatives. I feel like the taurine and caffeine, lots of it is quite strong in energy drinks.
Okay.
And
so lay off the energy drinks. I mean, this doesn't have to be a final thought, but it could be a final thought. Do you have any final thoughts to leave us with, or you want to see the conversation going in a particular direction?
Not particularly. It was quite interesting. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a picture of our card. We are on YouTube, as I said, and thank you for sticking around, and good luck with practicing medicine. And yes, David, I never came to you, so we've got the before 19th century Rococo art and pastel palette and some rock bands. What stimulates you in the art? What kind of art do you like? Music, film? Music? Come and tell me. Tetris. Did you say Tetris? No, what did you say? What music? What music? Which music?
All sorts.
All sorts.
Indie music.
Indie music? Any prog rock?
Some, but...
Yeah. What's your favourite band right now?
Oh God, it's hard to say.
It's probably too many.
Yes.
Yeah. Come and join us for 2 seconds. This is Talkaoke. Bring your partner as well. Your colleague. Where is she? She's gone. Oh, she's just hiding. It's okay. We can't see you. Don't worry. I'm completely like blotting you out. So we've got Julia. We've got Dave. We've got Matt. We've got Mikey. My name is Margot. This is Talkaoke. What is your name?
Richard.
Richard, welcome. So for you, it's the music. We heard about the Rococo paintings and Pog Rock. That's one for Julia. We never found out what it is for you, have we?
Yeah.
Oh, conversation. Conversation for you. There was somebody who really liked podcasts. You like literature. Emotional porn is, I think, the terminology you use. Something that really is an emotional read. That's what you love. David, we never found out from you. What do you like? Come and join us. What's in your suitcase? It's okay, we're friends, you can tell us, it's no problem. Hey, come and join us. We've got Richard. Yeah, Richard, David, Matt, Mikey, Julia, my name is Margot. What's your name?
Theo.
Theo, welcome. We are just at the moment brainstorming people's favourite kind of most stimulating art disciplines. I'm not going to go over them again, but we're going to ask Dave, what is it for you? What stimulates you art-wise?
Oh, I'm a classical nut. I have several thousand CDs of orchestral classical music, and I'm just hooked on it, and I love it, and it's on all day. I have my own classical FM radio station in my head.
Okay.
And that's that. But of course I like pop music as well. I love Kylie Minogue, I like Lou Reed, and the Rolling Stones, and Jake Bugg I have a soft spot for. Of course, I don't think anyone doesn't like some kind of music. And that's I mean, music. You're watching the show last night of the end of VE Day, the Victory Day, and all those old songs, and the old people driving away a tear. It's and the most interesting thing when you get to know someone, one of the questions you ask is, "What kind of music do you like?"
Yeah.
Because everyone likes something about it.
Okay.
Right.
So is this true? I mean, is there anybody here who doesn't like music? And obviously, one thing that I want to hear is a mashup between maybe Beethoven and Kylie Minogue. Maybe that's already kind of running on your personal radio station in your head. But I mean, what is it about music that everyone can connect to? And is it true? Do everybody connect to music? Mike, I know you've got your hand up. And I'll give you
I'm not that into music, I've got to say. I like dancing. And you can dance silently, but music definitely helps. But I'm not like that super excited about bands. So, for example, the other day I went to Razorlight at the Roundhouse, not because I particularly like Razorlight or even know any of their songs, but because my friend Maria is absolutely passionate about Razorlight, and she got so excited.
She got all her friends a ticket.
Yeah, she got everyone. No, we still had to buy the tickets, but the enjoyment was about the excitement of the crowd that really got into this band, which I thought was okay. But I really enjoyed the crowd actually getting excited about the songs, and the crowd was going crazy.
I mean, is this for people who like music? I mean, Theo, I never asked you what you like, because Richard, for you it's music. There's music and visual arts. For you it's music. For you it's literature and conversation. I mean, firstly, what do you like in terms of art? Is it music? It doesn't have to be.
I think it's probably just music and movies, if they count.
Okay.
Movies? Is that like art or something?
Is it art? Is films art? I mean, we've got an art historian, luckily.
Yeah, they are, because it's a visual representation of something you want to show. It's kind of like a moving performance piece in art. That's art.
Okay, so rest assured, it's good. We will qualify that. But secondly, for people who do go and experience music together, do you get anything extra from this kind of crowd being together, people listening to the same band?
Live music.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a vinyl collection, but it's live music that I love going to.
Okay, what is the experience of going to experience live music then?
Well, it is. You feel it as well as hear it. I think when I went to a gig the other day and there was only 15 people there, and but it still felt. It was like a very personal experience, I think, because you can go to places and there's 20,000 people, and that's a different experience from if there's 15.
I mean, can you compare it? Like, which one is better, or are they just completely different?
Different experiences. But I mean, like for instance, when I went to see the Prodigy, they the beat was so loud you felt it rather than that were on your chest. So,
yeah, so it's a physical experience.
And you wouldn't play that loud at home on your vinyl, otherwise very unpopular with the neighbours.
Yeah, get arrested and okay, right. So so there's I just wanted to ask, like, watching films. Do you watch films with people, or is it kind of like YouTube, like?
No, I'd say watching films with people makes it more enjoyable, I think. Yeah.
In what way? Doesn't it get annoying when they just chat when you?
Well, I mean, if they're chatting during, I guess, but having someone to talk about the movie with, like, afterwards, and just share the experience with is quite nice, I think.
Okay, so there's that kind of connection.
Yeah.
Okay, you had some hands up here. Do you know band Prodigy?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say I'm really sorry. But just got me thinking that because I'm a scientist, and you know, in small talk we always talk about, like, oh, what's your favorite music, what's your favorite blah 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 sports team, but we never talk about who's your favorite scientist, what's your favorite experiments, you know, because we sort of don't talk about. I think the problem with science is that scientists always do things alone, and there is no sort of experience of science that is throughout. You know, the science sort of connects us all. Thanks to science, we have phones and this microphone and everything, so we get to experience it all collectively, but we never sort of get exalted.
I mean, could you
it.
invite, like, a band like Prodigy to kind of come and I don't know, just bring that extra oomph to your lab? I mean, would that help? Would that help you as a as a scientist? Would it kind of put you more on the map of small talk?
Maybe if the if every day on the news there would be news about, like, new science thing that has popped out. You know, people would be talking about it more.
So science needs to make it more to mainstream. It needs to, like, filter the small talk. I'll come to you, Dave, in a second. And
I don't know if it's my favourite, but one that comes to mind is the discovery of the cosmic microwave background. To me, that's a favourite. It's kind of science. I don't know if it's an experiment, because they kind of found it by accident because they were getting interference. It's a bit like the vinyl hiss that you get on vinyl, and it was like this sound that they just couldn't.
In space?
Yeah, no, in this they had like a big radio antenna, and they couldn't work out where this sound was coming from, because there shouldn't be any sound. And there was this, well, it was a microwave frequency, so it's a bit like listening
like
to a microwave, yeah.
Okay.
And they found out that it was actually the afterglow of the Big Bang.
Okay, so that's your favourite experiment?
That's my favourite experiment, yeah.
Okay, and it's something related to microwave cuisine as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Microwave...
So I've got a favourite. And it's not my necessary favourite, because I think it's the same with music. It depends what mood you're in, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, does it? I mean, Dave, I know I promised you the mic, but I just wanted to ask, like, are you a scientist, Theo? Okay. Physics?
I study physics.
Does that make him a scientist, do we think? I'd say so. Yeah, all right. Do you have a favourite experiment?
Maybe.
For a scientist.
Oh yeah, I do. When it was proved that light travels the same in every direction, and it was led to special relativity, so that's pretty cool.
Special relativity on this side of the table. Anybody heard of this? I've never heard of this, because guess what? I'm not a scientist. That's breaking news. I know it's going to shock some people. But I mean, what do you think about this? You know, it's much easier. I think that's what you're saying. It's much easier and more normal to ask somebody, hey, what's your favorite band? Rather than, hey, what's your favorite science experiment? Yeah, it's quite niche.
To have a favorite science project, I guess.
I mean, what would you do if somebody said, hey, what's your favorite science thing?
Move on.
So, hey, gotta go and yeah, but this is interesting. I mean, like, you know, do you have to have some kind of knowledge of science? Because I would feel maybe a bit uncomfortable about that subject, because I just don't know enough about it. So is it a question of I don't know, what's it a question of? How to kind of
If you ask your favourite book and you don't read, or favourite art and you don't go to galleries, it's just your mind's. But I mean, I'm a graphic designer, so I'm visual as well as the music side of things. But science, although I'm interested in reading non-fiction books, and not, I wouldn't have a favourite science.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so graphic design, amazing. I'll come to you, and then to you, David.
I was going to say, with books, as I'm an art historian with like classical literature or science experiments, I still remember some I did at school. So you could use things with prior knowledge. You don't necessarily have to say, oh, my favourite book right now is this. I mean, if someone asked me what my favourite experiment is, and I'm sorry to the scientists here, but my favourite ever experiment was the ruler drop test with the reaction time, which is...
You need to explain.
So there's a ruler being dropped by someone, and you're supposed to catch it as fast as you can, and then you measure how like well you react based on the centimeters left on the ruler. But with even a book, I don't really read classical literature or like any books anymore. I don't have time, sadly. But one of my favourite books had to be an Inspector Calls, because we did it for GCSE before I dropped it during A-levels. So yeah.
Okay, so maybe it's good to have like a stock. I don't know, like a warehouse full of some I don't know, experiments, just random things that are likely to come up. Okay, I may not be a literature or a writer or literature academic, but I can name maybe 1 or 2 books. I'm not a graphic designer, but I could just name a style just to kind of zhuzh you up. I'm going to go to Dave because I promised.
Einstein and Charlie Chaplin met.
Oh yeah.
And
sorry, David. Give us a final thought, Richard. Sorry to cut you off, David, but I will come back to you. Final thoughts?
About
anything.
What's your favourite record cover? Record cover?
Oh, nice.
Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, probably.
Okay. Oh,
Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon.
It's not the one with the prism, is it?
With the science project on the front of it, isn't it?
Exactly. Clever. Come and join us, by the way. Just talking about science and art. So thank you, Richard. Have a lovely day. Maybe this person will come and join us. Yes. The theme is changing, ever-changing, a bit like the weather in the UK. That's kind of what's happening. Come and join us. We've got David, we've got Matt, we've got Mikey, we've got Julia, we've got Theo. I'm Margot. This is Talkaoke. I'm not going to press on you. Join us if you'd like to. I'm going to come to you, Dave, as I promised.
Oh, to finish the anecdote, Charlie Chaplin met, and Einstein said, "You are amazing, Charlie Chaplin. Everyone in the world knows and loves you with what you do in your work." And Charlie Chaplin said, "Yes, but you're the most famous person in the world, and everyone knows and loves you, and no one knows anything about your work."
Okay.
It is a problem with science. I think Matt, but of course, Brian Cox tries to make us understand astrology, and some people have tried to make us understand physics and science on TV. I think Matt should do that when he grows up. Further.
Okay. So, Matt, when you're big and strong, maybe you could...
Matt's never going to grow up.
Well,
that's the problem.
Yeah. Is it? I mean, do we need to grow up? Have you grown up yet? This is what we're talking about right now. Do you feel grown up, people over there? And the dog. Is the dog grown up?
I think the point is that growing old is compulsory. Growing up is whether you choose to or not, really.
Okay, have you chosen to grow up? Sorry, maybe it's like personal, I don't know.
No, we're still being crazy. We've only retired from being paid. We look after a ship, that ship.
Oh, wow.
And Bristol.
MV
Balmoral.
Okay, come and join us. Come and join us on the Talkaoke. This is a very kind of, I wanted to say immature conversation, but it really just fluctuates. It comes in ebbs and flows, probably like your ship there.
Do you have a favourite ship? Because we were talking about favourite science experiments, favourite artworks. Maybe there's a favourite boat.
Favourite boat? Yeah, exactly. And give us your name. I'm Margot. What's your name?
I'm Maggie. I'm one of the volunteers that work on the MV Balmoral in Bristol, but we are trying to get sailing again. And the other thing to look out for, talking about favourite boats, is the Waverley paddle steamer will be coming to the Thames in September. And you can get on at Tower Bridge and go all the way out to the sea. And it's a fantastic 78-year-old paddle steamer. Coming down from Scotland especially.
Power steamer, did you say?
Paddle steamer.
Paddle steamer. Okay, right, so it's coming to London. Have you ever been on a boat? We've got Maggie, we've got Julia, we've got Theo, we've got Matt, we've got Mikey. We're here till 5 o'clock, but we're here right now.
No, I mean now, how long am I going to have to sit for? Because I need to...
It's completely up to you. Okay. You can stay for as long as little. Give us your name, first of all.
My name's Lara.
Lara, welcome. Come and join us as well, girls, if you want to. There's no compulsion. But Lara made a first step.
Yes. By the way.
Okay, Julia, final thoughts?
This has been a nice break from reality.
Yes, I mean, what do you think about our pastel colours? Are they rococo enough for you?
would like to have it a little bit lighter, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
Well, one of the old panels, pink panels, they get a bit more rococo. They kind of get faded. Hello, doggy. Hello, darling. Do you have any? So, we've got. Who do we have here?
Dima.
Dima and Lara. So, Julia, you've stayed with us for quite some time, and people come and join us as well. Do you have any final thoughts for us? It could be about absolutely anything that we discussed today, or something brand new.
I feel like music and art don't have to be understood to be appreciated.
Okay, that's your final thought. What do people think about this? Thank you so much, Julia. Take a picture of this because we are running low on the graphic design of the business cards. That's what's happening. But guys, you just walked into Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. We've got Maggie, who just recently joined. We're just learning from you about a paddle steamer. A 75-year-old boat that's going to come to London via Tower Bridge. They're probably going to put the bridge up, and I'm just going to get stuck there on my bike, as I seem to be like stuck there all the time. But the way Talkaoke works, it can go in any direction whatsoever. What brings you to King's? Have you ever been on the boat? Do you have a favorite scientific experiment? Do you have a favorite band? And do you like AI art, or are we just kind of drifting to the future of kitsch art, kitsch life with development and children on iPads? Are they just training to be like really futuristic, or are they just like having their minds erased? These are just some of the subjects we covered today.
I think you have to use your brain to keep it going, and you have to challenge yourself every now and again, and you have to make connections. And if you hear music and you see art, there's always connections you can make. One of the reasons I walked over here just now, I'm looking at a shirt hanging up.
Okay.
And that is made presumably of a single cloth, but it represents the Kenti weaving of West Africa. And I grew up.
Yes, I hit the wrong button.
I grew up there, so I remember seeing them being woven in strips. So it all gets sewn together and it gets turned into cloth, and that is a single printing, presumably representing that. So it's art is kind of carried on. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, I mean, whose shirt is this? Very observant of you. And is it true, or Maggie is identified?
Well, I don't know as much detail as you, I have to say, but I know that it was a gift from my friend George from Ghana. And he said this is a traditional Ghanaian shirt, so it's definitely from West Africa, and it's definitely a traditional shirt. I didn't know about how these things. I might ask you some more questions later on about that, but it is.
If he knows.
Well, I did ask George, and George just said it's a Ghanaian shirt. What more do you want? Do you want the shirt? Do you want the shirt? Okay, good.
But you know what?
Yeah.
I'm really interested in what you said. Like, when you listen to music, when you experience different things, even look at a random shirt. You begin to see a connection. I mean, that sounds maybe a little bit abstract. I mean, do you ever find connection through art, through music, through random occurrences in life?
I mean, I personally think that music is a universal language that everyone can kind of speak and understand. So, yeah, connection goes through there. On the topic of the iPad, I was just going to say...
Yeah.
Because we kind of went places. I was going to say... There's balance in everything, I think, and there's beauty in balance. Too much of anything is not good, and too little of anything also takes a lot of joy out of things. So I think, society and the world and technology is evolving, and you have to adapt to that. But I think balance is everything. So introducing your kids to iPads and different technologies is good so that they have these skills growing up, but also brain rot is very much a thing. So too much of it is not good.
Okay, so brain rot. That was a no for brain rot.
Not for you.
No. Big up your point, but no to brain rot. Come and join us. Is your brain rotting right now, or is it thriving?
I just want to say a little bit more. Looking at that shirt again, it's a pattern, and if you look at AI is not clever. It just puts together patterns that it's created from all the data that it's absorbed, and it puts together the patterns. And I think people ought to be able to put together patterns as well, because those connections and patterns are what help you to understand what things are when you observe them. And I think you do need to observe for yourself. I think you get all your information off off somebody else or off an iPad, then you start to lose your ability to make those connections and you lose yourself.
You know what? But it just makes me think. Bringing it back to brain rot, can you weave brain rot into something? And also, I'm intrigued which language you were speaking.
I think you can because like you destroy your dopamine receptors if all you do all day is receive dopamine and do things that aren't mentally challenging. So going back to the iPads, I think that is actually quite important to keep kids away from iPads because they don't have the self-control to not just like get completely involved in these things.
Okay, so keep the children away from iPads. Brain rot is not that great for them. Yeah, take a picture because we've got a shortage of cards here. Yes.
I do agree with you. We really have to go. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Can I find out what language were you speaking?
Arabic.
Arabic. Shukran.
That's great.
That's it. Okay. Any final thoughts from you, Lara? I know you've not had the chance to say much.
No, I haven't had a chance to say anything, but I would say free Palestine. And we love Syria. I'm Syrian, and Syria got liberated recently.
Okay.
And good luck to everyone watching who have exams, and everyone wish me luck because I have an exam on Monday and I hope I do good.
What's the exam in?
It's criminal law.
Criminal law. Okay. People, keep your fingers crossed for Lara, and thank you so much.
I'm gonna go too.
All right, thank you so much. Take care.
Yeah.
What's your final thought, Theo? You've stayed with us for a little bit, like decent amount of time.
Honestly, I just came here because I had an exam today and I wanted to do something different. So.
Is procrastination good for studying?
No, I think it's terrible, and you need to not do it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is participating in a talk show good for stimulation?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Thank you, settle. Thank you, Theo, and good luck with studying. Obviously, take a picture of this, stay in touch. But it was lovely having you on the show. Maggie, mic is yours.
Just a couple of things for those people doing exams. I think we're sitting in a square of historic buildings with some beautiful greenery around us, and I think the combination of greenery and heritage buildings is very helpful and calming if you want it to be, and that's great. Just going back to the iPad thing, back in my day, which is a long time ago, we weren't allowed to use calculators. You know, they could lead.
Because of brain rot?
No, it's because it could lead you horribly astray if you didn't know how to do it with your own brain. And I think that's kind of where we have to be. We're using other things like AI. We have to know where the reality is as well. And that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, and beware of calculators, particularly when you put the digits in and you flip it upside down and it makes the boobs or something like this. So thank you so much, Maggie. So people, this has been Talkaoke, yes?
No, I just wanted to say, maybe while Lindsay's in earshot, that what Lindsay's saying is that is that Lindsay over there?
No, that's Maggie.
Maggie. Oh, Maggie. Okay, Maggie is in earshot. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, Lindsay. Sorry, Maggie. But while Maggie is in earshot, it's just all about. You know, lots of people have seen that shirt. No one's really looked at it, and so we're talking about the artist and the AI and all this thing. It's up to people to actually open up their eyes and open up their brains and look at things. There's so much stuff here in this square, but it's not necessarily about the architect or the designer, but about the people that enjoy it and actually looking a bit more deeply or listening a bit more deeply to these things, rather than all being on the production side. There's a lot to be done on the listening and looking side as well.
But you know, as you were saying, Matt, because like presumably you can kind of creatively link science to anything, but could you link this observation of this shirt into some kind of scientific subject? Is it possible, or some things are just not linkable to science?
No, everything is linkable to science. We can talk about the fabric that is making this shirt. You know, I'm assuming it's cotton. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, maybe could be wrong, could be right. We don't know.
It might be cotton, and if it's cotton, then you know it's all produced by plants, and plants produce things because they consume carbon dioxide, which is in the air, and it's quite amazing because they take pieces of water. So they take water, air, and a little bit of sunlight and make cotton, so you can have a shirt.
Okay.
How insane is that?
That is pretty crazy.
What God thought of Earth like this to have, you know, plants making like T-shirts or shirts?
Yeah.
Insane.
So it is linkable to science and to God, apparently, as well.
Everything is linkable to God. If you don't understand anything, it was God.
Just pray. Well, thank you so much, and welcome back, Dave. I hope you're enjoying your coffee. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. It's just a normal pop-up talk show that you're welcome to stop by at. You can bring your drinks as well and rest your feet. So maybe we can wrap this first part. Maybe we can do a swap of hosts, and the call goes out to absolutely anybody around this table and beyond, and into wider universe. Whoever wants to swap with me, they will be welcome to it. I'll go and get coffee myself, but it has been Talkaoke. And we all get coffees, and yeah, any final thoughts? Any final thoughts, Dave, before I wrap this session up?
No.
Thank you very much.
Lovely to see you all.
Likewise, thank you.
Open your eyes. That's my final thought.
Thank you very much. Open your eyes, Mikey.
Open your mind.
That's what it was. Open your mind. Yeah.
There's a song hook in there, isn't there? That's what you wanted to say.
No, that was the reference to that '90s movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he had like these little human-like things going out of the stomach, saying like "Open your mind."
Wow. Okay, that's probably a good scientific link. There's somebody writing a paper about genetic modifications of humans. So watch this space. Okay, over and out.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Margot. It's been in the table for 2 hours.
For 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Do some warming up at the moment. Yes, this is Talkaoke. We are starting up very shortly. It's a pop-up talk show. Everyone's welcome. You can bring your what is that? Ice cream or?
Oh, it's like some kind of pudding thing.
Yeah, your mousse. You can bring your mousse to the table. It's mousse-proof. And this is just a chat about anything really. We've had a lot of very interesting discussions about what's your favourite album. What is it? A strawberry. Oh, very nice. Oh, lovely.
But you know, I've got something to say.
Yeah, go on.
I've got something to say. I really don't like it when people say like, oh, semolina, I don't like the texture. I love texture of semolina. I love texture of custard, puddingy type of things. I just love it. It's the best. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say. So I big up what this lady is eating.
Yeah, okay. Come and join us. We're going to hit you with a round of applause. I've even got the serviettes should some chocolate fall on the table. Yeah, could do, yes. Okay.
So you put this on. So yeah, so this is Talkaoke. Also loving the fact that you chose your trousers this morning to match with our Talkaoke table. I think that's very thoughtful. That's very kind of... And microphone. Yeah, I mean, wow, you're bang on brand. I love it. Grab these.
It's called Think Pink.
Think pink, yes.
If you think pink, you relax.
Tell us your name. I'm Michael, by the way.
Bernie.
Really nice to
Thanks for coming to sit down.
No problem.
Okay.
How about to give back the mic to you?
You're fine there. What have we got here?
I'm Margot, hello.
Who am I today? I'll be John today.
John, okay, excellent. That's a good choice, Tell us your name.
Oh, hello, David here.
We're talking about are we too distracted by phones as one of the subjects, but we can talk about anything that's...
I was just turning mine off.
Okay. That's excellent. That's definitely... But what is there anything that oh yeah, go on, Margot.
I'm intrigued by what you said, Bernie. Think pink.
Think pink.
What does that like? Does it come from like a life of experience, or what do you mean by that?
Well, it was a movement in America.
Oh, really?
Yes, and if you think pink, you relax.
Right.
And it's a very cheerful colour, and...
You know what? There's a lot of pink about, but
yes.
I wasn't necessarily thinking pink.
Colours are a big part. There's a big therapy around colours.
Yeah. Okay.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you got a favourite colour for therapy-wise?
My colour that's assigned to me is very dark blue. It's called. You've caught me. Much darker.
Indigo. No.
You're an indigo? No?
No, much darker than that. Almost black.
I mean, we've got some colour scientists here. Where was the physicist? What is a darker blue than indigo? We need to know.
Well, I recently bought pens, and I wanted a black, and the lady said like, yeah, but they blue black. Just have those. And I was like, I'm not sure about that, but actually I'm really into them. So blue black, but I'm sure there's a better name for it.
We're talking about therapeutic colours. Do you find colours therapeutic, David?
I thought Think Pink was a kind of gay slogan, actually, in America. Oh, it was certainly taken over by it. But of course, I can remember when growing up, pink was for a little girl and blue was for a boy.
Okay. I mean,
simple as that.
One step further, we have the rainbow flag.
Right, yeah.
Which is a big movement in itself.
Yeah. Okay, so are these things connected? The rainbow flag?
Yeah.
What does the rainbow flag represent?
It is encompassing of people from many, many ways of thinking, religions, backgrounds, sexuality, everything.
Okay, so a bit of a rainbow flag involves and invites everyone of all different persuasions, sexualities, countries. And
rainbow is in nature, and we can never master nature.
Yeah.
You know, like the colour green is a very healing colour.
Yeah.
Orange is a very friendly colour. So, colour up.
Okay, well we've got orange chairs. We're trying to be friendly, and we've got green around. Where do we want to go with this? Do we want to talk about the rainbow flag and what it represents? Do we want to talk about Think Pink? Yeah, go on.
I mean, I've never, I didn't know about Think Pink being a movement, so it's really, really interesting. But also, you know, the rainbow flag, I mean, maybe it's just a recent thing, it's been kind of mostly used for different sexualities, but I really like that as a concept for people who think in different ways, or like people who think outside of the box, or maybe not very outside of the box, but I think something, you think something different, but actually we fly the same flag. I quite like that, because I don't think there are many opportunities to come.
Can unite people that think differently. So
I think so. I mean, like, well, NHS use the rainbow, because as you said, the rainbow occurs in nature naturally anyway. But NHS use the rainbow flag at some point as well, right? So, inclusivity, but yeah.
When I say rainbow flag to you, do you think NHS? Oh, they're not listening. But I'm going to throw this question at you instead, David. What do you think?
The NHS pinched it, yes, but it was originally a gay film.
Can it be for both?
Well, unfortunately, it has now accumulated a great many colours, and it has created some division.
Right.
Because there is a slight kind of, oh dear, black has been put in there, and the latest rainbow flag is huge. The number of things is enormous. So it's become racist as well as gender and all the rest of it. And people say this is not how it started. That is a whole can of worms you have to worm. So unfortunately, it has provoked some divisions because everyone's been stuffed into this flag now of many nations, races and genders.
Okay, so have we added too many colours to the rainbow flag?
David, I'm not contradicting you, but the rainbow flag is a lot more unifying than a lot of other flags.
So it's doing a better job maybe than certain other flags.
Correct. A lot of flags are very divisive, and they're very, sorry, I don't want you, you're not under my flag.
Yeah.
Whereas at least the rainbow flag is trying
to bring everyone together.
Yes, yeah.
Joy when you look at it, and you think of all the great gay parades and so on, they just bring happiness and joy.
Yeah, okay, so in a way it's a good attempt. Now there's a few more colours added in, there's a little bit extra in that attempt just to encompass everyone there is. Can it go too far, or do people kind of support that, even if by doing that you're opening the door to controversy? Do people support that attempt to try and include everybody?
I think it's fine to, I can't possibly speak against it. I'm just saying that it has provoked a few divisions, unfortunately. That's all I can say.
Do you appreciate the effort
the effort. And of course, yes, flags are actually they are uniting people under a flag, but they are because of that they're alienating everyone else, and that's what the problem is. Yes, with the flag.
But I really like the concept of a flag. I'm just thinking about the actual, because somebody was saying, oh, this shirt, and they told us the story of this fabric from West Africa and stuff like that. But there's something quite amazing, quite bold, for somebody to hold a flag, whatever flag it is. But just like, I believe in something, or I subscribe to a set of ideas so much so that I'm not just thinking it, I'm just manifesting, I'm showing it.
Have you ever waved the flag?
Have I ever waved the flag? I think I waved the flag. Last time I had a flag in my hand, it was like it was for Ukraine. It was when Ukraine was attacked in 3 years ago. Is it 3 years ago? Almost 3 years ago. And I just, it's something powerful about that. So you're not just thinking, it's like, you're showing what you're thinking. I think that's quite powerful.
Okay, so we're talking. Come and join us if you want to. We're talking about waving flags. Have you ever waved a flag? You've waved the Ukrainian flag when Ukraine was invaded, David?
If you saw the show for the VE Day yesterday, everyone was supposed to dress in black, red, white and blue, and they were all waving flags. Even King Charles left the stage waving a little Union Jack. I suggest this is actually because we were remembering the last time when that really meant something. And there was no doubt about being proud to be English and having done something wonderful. And unfortunately, that's about the last. Since then, we seem to be saying, "Oh, we're not wonderful at all. We don't know what to do." Yeah, leave that.
All right. Any thoughts on that?
Then you have, a white flag for ceasefire, for peace, and that's a very strong symbol as well, especially in war.
This waving of a Union Jack flag and the kind of, there were a lot of flags yesterday for VE Day. They were all red, white and blue. What compared to the rainbow flag, what do you think about this
well, it's a different occasion, and it's a piece of history that's been celebrated, so it's appropriate for the occasion, and why not, know.
Okay.
Right. Well, without before I start, I hope I don't offend anybody.
Yes.
But
I doubt that you will.
Thank you. Yeah. But it's very lightly. I mean, the whole issue of VE Day. I mean, there are a lot of things that are not told about that. As an Irish person, nearly over 500,000 Irish people fought under the British flag, and it's not even mentioned. And when you go to the Arboretum, the National Arboretum, there are but very small plaques hidden away in the background for Irish regiments like the Connacht Rangers and people like that. And I will go on to say that one of the things I've learned about over the last couple of years is something called the Bengal famine, where Churchill was responsible for the death by starvation of 5 million people, where he took rice and food from them in order to feed the Allied troops in Europe. And it's never mentioned. It's never ever mentioned. His people out there, his diplomats, were ringing him and contacting him and saying, "Look, Mr. Churchill, we're in big trouble. We're losing thousands of people a week." And all he ever said was, "Is Gandhi still alive?" And that was his reply. He totally ignored it.
Right, okay, so...
But then the other thing is, I'm not well enough up on it, but I mean, the Germans were beaten in Russia, not in their own country or any other place. And that is very much not talked about either.
I mean, just when it comes to the flag waving then and celebrating the... Well, I'm just going to put it out there because look, we've got a new face as well. So we've got David, we've got John, we've got Bernie, we've got Margot, I'm Mikey, what's your name?
I'm Matt.
moment we're talking about VE Day, we're talking about flag waving, the rainbow flag. It's an attempt to include everyone. But what about other flags, like the Union Jack flag that was waved a lot yesterday on VE Day? Should it just have been the Union Jack? Should it have been the Irish flag to commemorate the 500,000 Irish soldiers that fought against the Nazis? Should it have been a Soviet flag? Should it have been an Indian flag, or potentially even a Bengali flag that was waved on that day? These are some of the questions that we've got at the moment. David, you wanted to say something?
Oh, I was just raising the last point about Russia. Well, we know about Russia's defeat of the Germany. They were the people who went into Berlin. It's not covered up.
But I mean,
no, we were celebrating that for 1 year in the middle of the Second World War, we were the only country who was standing against Germany, which was a very, very great, I think, Germany was a bad thing at that time. And we did actually manage to defeat them.
Yes.
And Churchill, for better or worse, helped us to get that through. He was then rejected completely by the democratic vote 2 months later, after the VE Day, which is extraordinary. But that speaks for England.
Okay. There's a lot there. I will say, this is Talkaoke. You can take this in any direction you want to take it. My job is simply just to move the microphone around and kind of rephrase the questions, or just, sometimes break it down a little bit as well. But we're talking about VE Day. We've just had it. It's the day after VE Day, 80 years ago. What should we be celebrating? What about this history? Do we know enough about it? There's all these different questions. Any thoughts? Matt, you've just joined us. Do you know what we're going on about?
VE Day, yes, of course. Yeah, I do know. Although I'm Polish, so I think we look at VE Day, which is the 9th for the Soviet Union. It was for us the 9th for a very long time because we were a communist country. Not willingly. It's in the aftermath of the World War II, Stalin just demanded that the Central European countries become communist. Right, so it's sort of a day of surrender, changing hands, from Nazi.
It's a
mixed emotions, right? Because yes, the Nazi Germany was defeated, but the USSR wasn't, and it was a great evil of my parents, my grandparents, that had to suffer through.
And will there be flags waved today in Poland? And what kind of flags?
I think now in Poland we celebrate the 8th of May as the Victory Day, although it's mostly for us Poles it's a Remembrance Day.
Right, so it's not like a kind of victorious kind of...
Well, Poles did join both the UK and the United States. We did join the USSR back then to fight against Nazism. So there was a lot of Poles who also fought for our freedoms, but it's a bitter memory of two countries invading us in the beginning and then being betrayed by the West.
Okay, so there's a lot going on there. There's a history. There's a lot of history there. It's almost like I'm sort of feeling this kind of a sort of mic drop kind of thing. There's betrayal. You're talking about as well the Bengali people being betrayed, potentially, even possibly Churchill being betrayed by the people that then voted him out. But this is history. This is big, heavy history that we are, I guess, celebrating, remembering. I'm not sure.
So, let's say 50 years from now, what will be the thing that people talk about our period of time? I wonder, is it going to be through the lens of conflicts, genocides, I don't know, wars, or the scientific developments? What will we be remembered for?
Well, obviously AI, but I think, yes, in the history books, they will be talking about Palestine and maybe the famine, and maybe that Palestine has been wiped out. We don't know. I mean, it's looking so bad there. It really, really is. Not to mention Ukraine. So, and now there's trouble between India and Pakistan. So, who knows? But the robots will solve it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you've kind of married up all the subjects we've been talking about the whole day into one sentence. Come and join us if you want to. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. Everyone's welcome. At the moment we're talking about, I suppose, we're talking about flags, we're talking about VE Day, we're talking about what will the future history be? I'll come to you in a second.
So recently, me and my husband went to Poland to visit my parents, and a notion that my husband made about Poland is that Poland is like a little America, and the reason for that is the forever present Polish flags. So when you go to America, there's American flags everywhere. So it's like almost these dudes are just obsessed with America. But in the same way, Poland is obsessed with.
They like flying a flag.
They like flying a flag. So I think there's a lot of symbolism that's it has meanings for a lot of us.
Where would you find a Polish flag in Poland?
People just fly it on their, like, from their houses. You know, my parents really like doing that.
Go on.
Because you were occupied for so long, you want to show your freedom in the flag. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I can't talk for America, but I have a Polish friend, and I've been to Poland a good few times.
Did you notice a lot of Polish flags?
Yeah, I did, and I think they really, were grieving about their history, that the Second World War was over, but it wasn't over for them. They were then occupied by Russia, and, you've had, their ancestors had a rough time. So it's no wonder they're flying a Polish flag from the rooftop, the garden, and the basement.
Okay. Anyone flown a flag from a basement before? How well does that work? Are you off? If you are, we want to get a final thought from you. John.
Right. I wanted to say about my Polish friend, whose mother is just older than me. She's just 70. She lived through, obviously, communism and the fall of the Berlin Wall. And her and a lot of her contemporaries actually miss having the rent paid, the loaf going home from work in the evening, no electricity bill, a mother state, looking after them. So they look, I think in Eastern Europe there is a lot of nostalgia about this, and while Robert can understand both sides, and he would not probably go back to live in Poland, but he also recognised what his mother is going through. So it's not easy. Nostalgia is a powerful tool. Yeah.
Okay, that's an excellent final thought. Let's get a final thought from you as well, Bernie.
Bring colour into your life and you'll be happy.
Thank you for that. And it's been lovely to have you on the table. We've got a card.
Let's take a picture.
Have you got a phone to take? Because it's the only card left, so we have to just show it to people. Yeah. We're getting. No, exactly. Well, yeah.
We're on YouTube, so.
So we're just.
You know what happened to me? I was recently in Vilnius, and me and my mum went to this. It was actually an old NKVD, like a prison, communist prison. But then there was a sustainable fashion show there now. So me and my mum were just like, okay, we'll just stick around. And then we were interviewed by the Lithuanian television. Luckily in English, because I don't speak Lithuanian. So yeah,
I mean,
it's random.
Sustainable fashion, the new prison. Is it a new type of prison fashion, sustainable fashion?
No, but I have to say, I didn't like that fashion at all. I mean, I can see what they're doing. Conceptually, I'm in agreement, but it just wasn't well put together, to be honest. That's my problem with sustainable fashion.
All right, okay. So, go on.
Donald Trump will be the first inmate in Auschwitz. No, what's the other Alcatraz. That's what I meant. Yeah.
That sounds better. Yeah. Okay. So will Donald Trump be the first inmate of Alcatraz that's been reopened on his bequest? And if so, what would he be doing his time for?
I don't know, but I was recently reading just kind of on the subject of history, but I was reading a book on concentration camps, and at some point there was no more uniforms because they just ran out of. I'll lend you this book. It's very, but yeah, at some point they run out of materials to make uniforms for the prisoners, and so they were just letting prisoners pick whatever clothes they wanted, and it was just completely random. It's a bit morbid, this, but also it's, yeah. That's it. I mean, there's lots of things I can say about this, but I'm just trying to imagine, you know, clothing really kind of changes the context, I think, sometimes. You can be a French mime in a prison, but people won't know, for example.
Okay, that's a very complicated idea that does make sense if you've been following Talkaoke for the last couple of days. Yes.
Just quickly, what England going to be famous for after the war? It's not going to be political. Probably the Beatles. Probably the Rolling Stones. Probably, I think the music and fashion, punk, and we were sweeping the world with that, and people were still all over the world. Remember the Beatles? Maybe they're old-fashioned now, but that was a big thing. In Soviet Russia, they were listening to the Rolling Stones.
Okay, so
Bowie as well. What I wanted to say about music, whilst you guys are doing a swap around, is I was listening to a podcast recently. It was about music, and this music expert was saying how. England was very good at inventing new music genres very frequently, just to kind of hook people on a new thing. The bands sounded a little bit like each other. He was talking about the cold wave bands and then the bands of that era of the 70s and 80s. And yeah. 60s were better, but he was talking about that the later era. But he was saying, there was really no need to be naming so many waves anymore, but it was a marketing tool in a way. And then the Polish bands were getting a bit upset by being called cold wave because they really didn't embrace it, because for them it wasn't fun, but for the Western world it was like, oh yeah, we're a bit cold wave, we're a bit communist. Not really, but yeah.
I mean, I think, David, that kind of asks the question, which goes with the day and the history of the future. What will Britain be famous for now? Obviously, we've got the pop and the music, but I personally think, what's the problem?
No, it's on.
Yeah, it's on. It's on. It's on.
No, there's no dial. There's no digital.
Oh.
It's not on.
Oh, what happened here?
No, it has been on before.
It has been on before, yeah. Maybe we just ran out of batteries. There we go.
Oh. It just needed to be touched by you.
Yeah.
The magical touch of Mikey.
But I'm halfway through my long monologue, which is all about.
Yeah, I'll stop you.
I want to bring in Keir Starmer as well, and Keir Starmer's in trouble because the economy is going down the pan, they don't seem to have any ideas about how to actually revive Britain's failing economy, when I think that the answer is right there. It is about Britain's, well, not just the Beatles, but yeah, the Beatles are a good starting point. We've got so much creative power in this country that we're just not really making the most out of, and I think that Britain could be the world's creative hub.
So we need some new British Hollywoods.
It's not just Hollywood. It's all art forms. All art forms. Britain is a world leader in computer games. I know nothing about computer games, but apparently we do really well in that. But why are we not, supercharging this and actually making Britain into the creative hub of the world?
So how do we take this? Thank you, Mikey, for this beautiful monologue.
So we're talking about can we export art? Can we make Britain great again by thank you, Mikey, for the sound effect. Can we make Britain great and greater again? Great Britain. By exporting art. Can we maybe export science? Could we do that?
I think yes. I think Britain has got a lot going for it, but I just wonder. But Britain has been exporting stuff all the time. What I mean is like this kind of Anglo-Saxon mindset and culture. So I think that export is wide already. So maybe now it's time to. Maybe we need importing a bit more now. I mean, I don't know. This is the first time I'm thinking about it, to be honest. But yeah, I feel like the English point of view has dominated the world anyway. So.
Is it English? Is it the American point of view that has dominated us? So what should we be exporting from Great Britain? We're saying is it art that we're exporting? Is it computer games? Although no one knows. Hi, this is a Talkaoke show. Hi, my name is Matt. I'm the host for this show. What's your name?
Michelle. Am I being recorded?
Yes.
On this camera.
Oh no.
You can sit here so you are not recorded.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, just move here.
So we're talking about anything and everything that we want to talk about. Today we've had sessions where we talked about AI, our children glued to the telephones and tablets. Now we talked about VE Day, and now we want to make Britain great again. And Mikey really wants.
Well, it's not so much about making Britain great again. It's about actually having jobs and money for people to live and have a decent life. Yeah. But when I say Britain should be a creative hub, I'm talking about the science as well. Science is part of Britain's creative export, as far as I'm concerned.
That's very well, David.
I'm a great fan of Britain, actually. I think we've lived a pretty good life in this country, and I live by Tower Bridge, and you go to Pottersfield, you see every nation in the world sitting down by Tower Bridge, just looking at the Tower of London. I mean, it's extraordinary. I wanted to do a survey once, but I'm sorry, I'm rude. I'm looking at a mobile phone because it was ridiculous that people were saying. I have an American friend who used to teach drama, and he coaches acting. And we're my first lover, actually. We still email each other. How London became the new Hollywood. This is his latest WhatsApp. As LA sound stages sit empty, fat tax incentives and saner politics are turning Britain's capital into a mecca for streaming studios and stars. So that is, that's what we could do if only our politicians would really understand that.
Okay, I see where you're going. Okay,
so what are your thoughts, Michelle?
Okay, so as a daughter of immigrants, like from the Windrush, my parents brought us up to believe that Britain was the best place on earth, and we were very grateful to come here, and I believe they're right. I really, really love it. They really, really love it. But one thing I know, when they were my age, they were having way more fun than I am. Way more fun.
So Britain is not fun anymore. We need to make Britain fun again.
Yeah, they had more time to have the fun, I think. They were just enjoying life and worked hard. They worked their fingers to the bone, but they had enough disposable to also enjoy the time that they had, and everyone was doing it. You'd walk down the street when I was younger and everyone would be having parties within their house. It was a very social time. Now we're all quite scared. We don't talk to anyone. We don't socialize as much. Of course we do enjoy ourselves as well, but Britain is great, but we just got to be a bit more happy, I think.
Yeah, so just smile more. We need more fun. Hello, please join us. Yeah, if you can sit over here or over here if you don't want the camera to see you, because I know we had the chat before. So hi, my name is Matt. This is a Talkaoke show. We're talking about anything and everything. Now we've been talking about what can Britain do to create new jobs, and we're talking about exporting science, creative
arts, and we were talking about now how Britain used to be fun. Can we make Britain fun again? So, my name is Matt. What is your name?
Christina.
Christina, nice to meet you, Christina. And at the table we've got David, we've got Margaret, and we've got Mikey. And Margaret really wants to tell something.
I'm just thinking about this fun idea. I almost wonder, you know, because you know how they sometimes like romanticize like poor nations, like, oh, you know, people don't have any money, but yet they somehow have fun, you know. And I find that chat just a bit annoying. But at the same time, I do wonder with all this kind of, you know, austerity and the fact that maybe people don't have enough disposable income to do whatever they want. Maybe we can kind of revive fun, just like kind of have fun in different ways. And, you know, maybe the old school way of just having a conversation, that's going to be a new counterculture when everybody is just so disconnected and they like living the best lives online. I'm looking forward actually to that, you know, just out of not being able to earn enough money, out of a lack of disposable income, maybe we will just revert to things which are free, which is human connection and conversation and, you know, going to each other's homes and parties. I'd like to see that. But I also would like some money.
So you want money and you want parties, so we need to marry what Mikey and Margot's saying. Just more fun by having more money, more jobs, right? So do you think that Britain is fun? Can we make Britain fun again? Let's not do it. Let's not have fun.
Yeah.
That is also an option. Christina.
Yeah, I don't mind sitting over there. It's
Yeah. Yeah, Mikey.
I think you've hit on something with this slogan, Matt, "Make Britain Fun Again," because I just think that is the thing. You know, it doesn't matter even if our economy is going a little bit. Where's the right button? If we're having fun, then it's kind of okay. I feel like it's kind of...
So it was okay to be on Titanic sinking and...
well, I wouldn't go that far, but, you know, it's fine to be in the life raft, put it that way, on the frozen seas, if everyone's having a good sing-song.
I don't think I should be done.
Yeah. No, but I mean, like, I think the thing about people on Titanic is like, you know, if you're gonna go out with some nice classical music playing, you know,
Yeah,
because
like,
we're all gonna die
have fun while
anyway.
you're
So, you know, what are you gonna do if your life is hopeless, but you're having a bit of fun? I think that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I mean, is there much fun happening here on the campus? I just don't know.
Yeah, what people do for fun? What do you do for fun?
Cinema. I love movies, but this is very important. I was talking to a psychologist. She's a psychologist at school and also private clients, and she was talking exactly about fun, about playing, and playing plays a very important role, in everyone's life. Money is very good, but actually you don't need the money to play. Okay, it can help, technology or whatever, but it's my birthday tomorrow actually.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Oh wow, thank you. And somebody just gave me a wooden toy, which is wooden toy is not expensive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It is like reverting to my childhood. But anyway, so the idea of sustainable as well. Yeah, absolutely. And just here in campus, I saw that there are puzzles and they're, you know, helping the students connect, I don't know, mental health wise and so on. So I think it is possible to play, and playing is without too much money, and playing is essential to mental health. And then I heard, I also listened to music, which is to a song which is a Brazilian singer, and he talks exactly about that. So playing, how much fun it is to be with somebody else, with another person, family, friends, and how important it is for the mental health.
So we should just play more. That's that's a very good point. David, do you play? Do people play?
Yeah, I'm going to bring some really boring Daily Mail points up here. Having grown up in the 50s, yes, as I was a child in the 50s, and really, I make a joke about we just needed a stick and an apple, and we were happy, and we were allowed to climb trees, you know, and things like that, and so we did play that, and I do think.
Did any trees die when you were doing that?
No, and we didn't either, you know. And if you fell off and broke your wrist, it didn't matter. You just got it mended. I do think.
So it's okay.
COVID did separate people a bit, and I haven't recovered from that in insulation because I enjoyed it far too much, and mobile phones. It has people don't talk and chat quite so amiably, easily together as they did. Anyway.
So we just need more chatting together. That's what brings fun. Sticks and apples.
About trees, right? I climbed trees
to make Britain fun again. I'm sorry.
About trees, I when I was a child, I also climbed trees. But my neighbour, she was an older lady, and she was really, she was telling us off a lot to a point that she would like chase us around, and so climbing trees was quite countercultural. I really enjoyed it. Now in between my blocks, now in between the area between the blocks of flats where I grew up in Poland is a car park. So that's really
the same to me.
Really, so so it's happening. So so climbing trees bigger, but also I'm just thinking about the future of Britain.
Adult, I appreciate it.
In thinking about Britain's future, I mean, this kind of like separating people out, and you mentioned mental health. I wonder whether Great Britain could reinvent itself as a fun capital, like a capital of the world, for fun and for good mental health, because I think right now mental health in Great Britain, probably in other places too, but as we're in Great Britain, it's probably not doing very well. There's a lot of research coming out about it, there's a lot of talk about it, but what are we, do we actually feel empowered to say, I don't want a screen because that's bad for my mental health? Could we be reinventing fun and putting Britain on the map of the world for positive mental health attitudes? That would be the biggest challenge, I think. I'd like to be remembered for that.
British people, the happiest people. Are we happy? Are we still playful? Do you play, Mikey?
Yeah, definitely. And but I think that's a brilliant idea. I think people are coming up with some really good ideas in this session. That's all I wanted to say, really. That's it.
Thank you, Mikey.
Okay. Because at the end of the day, it does make a difference to the mental health. Yes, people are going to be able to watch this or to listen to this because of technology, because of a mobile. But at the same time, if there is no limit to that, it changes your brain. It changes the way the neurons work, too much technology. But hang on a second. At the same time, this gentleman here was in the 50s, climbing trees, healthy, playing outside. That doesn't happen that much anymore.
Do you play outside? Do you play at all? Do you agree that we can make Britain fun again? Do you have fun? Just come in and... Is that something fun and playful you have in your bag?
Muay Thai gear.
Your entire gear?
No, like martial arts. Yeah, like...
wow.
Thai boxing.
So, hi, my name is Matt. This is a Talkaoke pop-up show, and we're just talking about how to make Britain into a prosperous country again. And we arrived at the conclusion that we just need to make it fun and playful again. So, what do you like? Do you like to play?
Like what? Like I like to spar people, if that counts as playing.
That is a very good game.
Like sparring, like not fight, like sparring. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, please have a seat. What's your name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca, nice to meet you. At the table we've got Christina, we've got Margaret, we've got Mike, and we've got David, and we're just talking. What can we do to make things good again?
I wanted to ask: is Thai boxing related to Thai massage? Are there overlaps?
Well, you do get massages before your fights, but apart from that, there's no overlap.
So there is no overlap between the two things. I'm sorry, Margot. This creative linking did not.
But she goes again into mental health because playing, physical exercise, that's all mental health. That helps with better mental health. So what she's doing, you study, you're a student here?
Yeah.
Student here and take time to exercise. So yeah, she's taking care of her mental health as well. Very important.
While beating other people's up. Is that the best?
It's more about the fun. It's not like it is violent, but it's more about.
It's fun.
It's coherent. Yeah.
So it's admitted. Hi, grab a seat. We're just talking about how to make Britain fun again by playing, we think, by exporting science, exporting art. We talked about video games. Hi, my name is Matt. This is Pop-Up Show. What is your name?
My name's Asin.
Asin. Nice to meet you, Asin. So, do you have fun? Do you think that you need to go?
Yeah,
Just give us one final thought.
About what? Like
Anything that pops in your mind.
How do we make Britain fun again?
How do we make Britain fun again?
I mean, at uni you have loads of societies, and that makes uni fun. So you can like generalize that to the entire of UK, and be like.
And have societies.
Have more clubs, more community. So like run clubs is a good start.
Yeah.
But we can do more than just run clubs.
So we just need to have the graduate entry societies. Thank you.
Make education free, make lots of clubs.
So, Asin, do you have fun? Do you think that we need to make Britain fun again?
Yeah, I think that's a very subjective. What do you mean by fun?
It's a good question. So, in the 50s, David said that the fun was by having apples and sticks, and by climbing trees. So, would apples and sticks be fun for you, or
So
climbing trees?
I guess it's defined based on the population that you're questioning as well. So therefore, I think you have to look into what people want. So my idea would be targeting certain things. Obviously, crime rates, sort that out. Fixing policing issues. There's a lot of matters that could be sorted that can allow people to be embraced in their own selves. If you look at other countries like New Zealand, Australia, one of the things I always look at is sport. Why do they do sport a lot better than we do it? They have a lot more greenery. We don't have as much greenery as we do. Make things a lot more accessible. It's easier to get a McDonald's nowadays than it is to get a gym pass, or things that are a lot more. It's more expensive to eat clean, eat healthy. So there's loads of different aspects. So I think it's very multifactorial about what is fun. So there's no one rule that fits all.
So just start solving problems one by one. Sort out the sporting issue, the issue with greenery. Like, do you agree, Margaret? Do we have enough green spaces?
No, it just reminds me of a conversation yesterday when we were talking about green spaces, and then we talked about, is Britain maybe going in a direction of green, green screen replacing green spaces, because everything is just so digital and stuff. And I agree with what you said, because, in order to enjoy life and have fun, you have to be, you have to have the right mindset. You have to have your other needs taken care of in a way. So you're talking about maybe like a holistic approach to that, and that's quite hard to achieve. But I don't think that is, that's the reason why we shouldn't try to achieve it. But
yeah.
I just remembered what I was going to say the first time, which was about, and it comes back to Asim's point about how do you actually measure these things. And it's interesting because we were having a conversation on Talkaoke a couple of weeks ago with young people, talking about happiness and which is the most happiest country, and it turns out it depends how you measure it, because on the sort of standard measure of happiness, which is more on kind of economic factors, Finland is the most happiest country. But there's other measures which does put the UK as the happiest country. So it does depend how you measure it.
So what was the best thing about the UK then?
Well, I can't remember what they...
Fish and chips?
No, I think it's the access to different cultural activities that you've got in the UK that you don't have in other countries around the world, that you've got so much access to culture here that you don't actually have. But economically, it's a very unfair country. So, but is that the most important thing?
So we need to take into consideration all of the economic factors and trying to make the society equal. That's what Mike is saying, to be able to make Britain good again, or even great again. Yeah, please go, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it's a great point, Asim. It's multifactorial and integrative, and I think, yes, different aspects of what could make people happier, or what could make Britain fun again, or what could help mental health. But one thing, again, it depends. Okay, Finland, money-wise, Denmark is known to be, people are very healthy, very happy as well. But if you go to Africa, for example, kids without money, they are happy in the sense, not because they lack water, but the community aspect of things, the interaction, the personal interaction that they have. So again, multifactorial. And happiness, I think it's a very evasive term and very personal. Mm-hmm. But mental health, I think, can be addressed
so just being
widely.
Happy with what we have, being happy with the community that we're creating. Margot, you...
This is going off on Finland thing. I recently saw on Instagram there's a conspiracy theory that kind of originated in America. That Finland is not a real country. There's no Finnish people. And honest to God, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but there's like somebody interviewing a woman in America, and she's like, "Listen."
As well, you know.
Well, everybody knows that. No, I'm joking. I don't believe in that. No, but the Finland just killed me because this woman's like, "Do you know anyone Finnish? Do you know anyone from Finland?" No. Well, exactly. They don't exist. And I thought, wow, that's 2025.
Easy.
Like, bring on.
You know, and I've been to Finland quite a few times. Yeah.
How do you know it was real?
David, David, you had your hand up. Is Finland real? Have you ever been to Finland?
I have been to Finland. Yes,
so
I
it's
had.
Real.
I have. Yeah, a long time ago. It has. It spends a lot of time being very dark. It has the longest winter and the coldest winter, and the highest alcoholic rate of any country.
Oh,
they are.
That's why they're happy?
And I think the highest suicide rate of any country. Actually, I think it is. Are you shaking your head in disbelief, or?
Oh no.
No. I agree. I'm just thinking about the happiness.
Yeah.
I don't think they're that happy. No, they're not. No.
So I think a Hungarian writer was talking about her book, and she thought it was going to be translated into Finnish, and she was worried about that they might not understand it because it was all full of such misery and alcoholism, and she realized that they would go down a bomb in Finland because everyone is miserable and alcoholic, as in Hungary they are at the moment.
So we're talking about how do we make Britain fun again. We've been talking about green spaces and how sport is important for the mental health. We're asking, is Finland real? My name is Matt, and this is a Talkaoke pop-up show. What is your name?
My name is Georgia.
Georgia, nice to meet you, Georgia. Around the table we've got Asim, we've got Christina, Asim. We've got Margot, we've got Mikey, and David.
So I think the other thing that I want to talk about is what do you define as fun? Because obviously we haven't asked this question to you.
What do I define as fun? I personally would defer the question to the audience as well, but to answer very briefly, I think when people join together and come together...
there's a lack of community feel in the UK.
That is an excellent point, an excellent question.
In comparison to other countries.
Yeah.
In comparison to other countries, I think the UK doesn't have a community feel in comparison to other countries. Like we all...
So what country do you have in mind?
Like for example, Barcelona. You know, I went there recently, and you know they're very cohesive as a unit, as a community. We only get together when England are playing the football. You know, we should be doing.
But they didn't do so well in football, did they, Barcelona? Yeah, shame. But maybe if you're an underdog, maybe that's what brings you together. I mean, I don't know. I'm Polish, and I sometimes find like probably the bardzo dobrze, dziękuję.
I went to Poland recently.
Oh,
I just want to talk a little bit about Poland. Actually, Poland is actually a very beautiful country, and the reason why I want to talk about it is.
Where's the applause button?
Come on, Mikey.
Come on, Mikey.
No. I think it's a very beautiful country. Guys, come sit down. You guys come sit down. Come sit down. It's a talk show. Come on. So I just want to talk a bit about Poland. I went there on a stag do recently.
Oh no, you went to Krakow for one.
Krakow, yeah. For
Oh,
stag
yes.
do. There was about 20 of us, and not to mention anything, but there was only one English guy, and the rest of us were all 18 Asian guys. So we were a bit worried initially that what's the situation going to be? We were absolutely loved and cared for. The hospitality was amazing. So if I recommend anyone, and you know what the best thing about Poland was, that people come up to you. You live in London, no one comes up to you. You ask someone a question about a tube, they're like, gotta go, mate, sorry. Those are the sort of things that were completely the opposite there. We embraced the culture there, they embraced us there. It was amazing, absolutely amazing. So if anybody wants to go to Krakow, you know where to go.
Just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Thank you, Sid. And so we've got new faces at the table. We're talking about having fun. What do we define as fun? How can we make Britain fun? Will that bring us prosperity? Can we export the fun outside of Britain and make us the most important nation that has fun and is happy? And my name is Matt, and this is Talkaoke show. We talked about a lot of things. We even talked about even if Finland is real. So what is your name?
I'm Mila.
Mila, nice to meet you, Mila.
Yeah.
And
I'm Louise.
Louise, nice to meet you, Louise. We've got Asida, we've got Margaret, we've got Christina, we've got David, and we've got Mikey. And we're all talking together about this important issue. And Margot really wants to have fun now.
Yeah, no, but it's interesting what you said about community feel, because on some level, the reason why I moved from Poland is because everybody was just too interested in my personal, what I do, what I wear, and what I say, and that kind of stuff. But if you come from the outside in, that could be really, really nice. But what I like in Britain, to some extent, people are slightly disconnected. But when you do, when you come to Talkaoke and stuff like that, not to kind of blow the Talkaoke trumpet, but I felt like I found my community just by coming to these events. But you're right, it's not very usual. People do always have a better excuse not to talk to you, or they freak out as COVID. I think COVID really made it really bad. People were just seen as a kind of biohazard to one another, and I thought it was that really messed with us. But I think anything that we can do to rebuild community, or find little bits of less pandemics. Maybe we should go to Finland. Maybe we should organize a stag do in Finland. I want to know, what's so fun about stag do's anyway?
What is fun? Has anyone been to a stag do or a hen do? Hands up. Who's been to a hen do or a stag do? You need to organize a hen do. Yeah. And Mikey, do you need to organize a hen do as well?
No, I've been on a stag do. I kind of try to avoid them actually when I do. I have been invited to a few. I've been on one because it was my brother's, and it was a bit boring. It's mostly about drinking, really. I don't drink anymore, so I don't know. So can you have one without? I'm not boring, no. In fact, it's more boring to drink than to not drink. I would say that. Having done both, I know.
You've done both, being sober and being drunk. And Oh, David?
Yeah, stag do's unpolitical now, apolitical. I know my nephew had a stag do, but he really thought his bride should come along as well, and his mother. And they were explaining, no, that is not the point of a stag do. It really isn't. but it was that was all on in gender fluidity. That is the name of the game.
So it's now okay to have gender-neutral stag and hen parties. Stag hen? What would be the new name for the party before getting married? Should we have parties before getting married?
It would just be a deer do, wouldn't it? And it is quite dear to go on a stag do as well. It's the other problem with the stag do is it's quite expensive too. But yeah, I think a deer do is better rather than a hen and a stag. Why does it have to be all male? And it's not David said gender fluid, not gender neutral, which is two different things. And I think I like the idea of a gender fluid deer, hen, stag, and any other animals that you want to bring along as well.
Are deer gender fluids? Is there any animal that would be gender fluid? Like, should we bring animals into? Sorry, as a fellow Polish person, I had to laugh.
I don't know what it is in English.
Paramecium.
Promise you, made a promise.
Yeah, but it probably is going to tell something to scientists. I don't think anyone outside of scientists knows what paramecium is. Who is a scientist around this table?
We're trying.
You're trying. What type of a scientist are you?
Well,
is it fun?
we study psychology, but we're only doing our bachelor's now.
Okay.
So like we're on the way to scientists.
Is it fun to be doing psychology?
It's
is it
fun
Can you
until
export the fun of
until you
psychology
do
to us?
like data analysis. That's not fun. That's what we're doing now.
Oh no.
AI help with data analysis.
It does, but I feel like even AI can sometimes be defeated by data analysis. Like, you know, it's
So there is a limit to
too
what
bad.
AI can do with the data that we're holding. So, Mike, you've had your hand up.
Well, I wonder if the data and if the AI can actually help us with having fun. Because that's a question we're talking about now. We're talking about AI earlier on, but we didn't say if AI can actually, maybe AI can analyze people's minds and work out what really gets them to have fun. Or maybe AI would say fun is just an illusion. I don't know. Will AI ever be able to understand fun?
Yeah, it's a very philosophical question. Do computers dream of electric sheeps? Right? That's a very good point. Can AI understand what fun is?
Did anyone see the robot who attacked the human the other day? What do you guys think about that?
Sorry, can you say that again?
What did you guys think about the robot who attacked the human the other day? There was a robot that is, I think, is used in like some sort of industry for packaging, and it just malfunctioned and started to attack the human. So where
the human operators around the robot.
Yeah, they just switched it off. But what do you guys think? What do you guys think?
So was anyone
No one was
harmed?
hurt.
No one was hurt.
harmed. But,
Thank God.
the future of AI and the future of robots. We need to think about this. So it's all well and good having AI and robots to help us, but we need to think about when they can potentially. What were you going to say?
Is it a good thing that we can switch off the robots? Humans, can we switch off humans when they're violent?
Well, I was just making that same point earlier today about them actually becoming more intelligent than us, which is, you're nodding. Psychology. Can you psychoanalyze a machine?
Exactly. That's a good question. Can we psychoanalyze a machine? Do machines dream of electric sheep?
I don't think so. I was just nodding because for the data analysis example, I think AI is smarter than me. Or
That's okay. It's okay to admit what machines are really good at.
Yes.
Where's the card? Can you pass the card? That's the last one, so just take a photo of it, because we don't have any more cards. Not many. In fact, it's not going live, just in case somebody regrets something, and then we can just rub that bit out. So that we don't go live, but we will post it on. We don't get huge numbers of views. It's also about you people here now to decide what you want to talk about as well. But anyway, I just wanted to make a point about fun and AI is good at data, but is it good at fun?
Is it good at fun?
And can fun be turned into data, or data be turned into fun?
Can fun be? That's a very good question by Mikey. Can we collect data on fun? Is fun even important? Do we need to have fun, or do we just need to solve bigger social issues that we have, and then we can have fun?
I don't know.
Is that something that we're going to be doing?
I think it's again, it goes back to the point about how you define it, and it's very hard. I think AI lacks emotion, and that's the difference between human and AI, and that's what we're hoping to distinguish between why both can exist parallel to each other. So I think the fact that I think technically we don't want AI to have fun or AI to give us fun, because that's what makes us human. So as long as we continue to do that, the world will be a better place, and we can use AI to our advantage.
Yes.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got to go. So sorry.
Yeah, thank you. That was your final thought. Thank you. And you've had your hands up. Would you like
We have to go, but I wanted to make a final message. I think No. About fun, aside from data analysis and AI, I think something that UK and like London lacks is dances, funnily enough. I don't think there are enough like national dances or kind of like traditions that, you know, you hear some sort of music and everyone starts dancing. It's kind of a thing that's very familiar to home, and I think in a lot of countries, but maybe I just don't know the UK ones. I've just never seen.
You're right. There is
Yeah?
you know, Morris dancing is our national dance. It's not what gets everyone going. But we did invent, the Beatles gets everyone going, but we're quite good at singing, actually. The old songs. Do you see the old people in the VE Day show singing with a tear in their eye of the old songs? We do that a bit, and we do get. And England have always been famous for getting drunk, I'm afraid. Always. Way back 400 years ago, that's what we were famous for. And it happens now when we go abroad. The English people don't know how to behave. They just get pissed. It's pathetic.
British people want to have fun.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is because they want to have fun. But I just wanted to say, Morris dancing. Yes, we just had at the beginning of May. There's the festival of Beltane where the Morris dancers come out. But actually, even the Morris dancers originated from Moorish dancers that came to Britain. Yeah, it came to Britain when Spain was taken over by the Catholics, and the Moors were kicked out of Spain, and they became Moorish dancers. But over 500 or 600 years, it's morphed into an English dance.
That is interesting, Margot.
But in terms of the kind of traditional English kind of music and something that gets people going, what about like club music? You know, what about, I don't know, maybe not techno. What's the other one? Or like grime, house. Jungle. Exactly. It just gets people going. Okay, you can't maybe sing to it, or like. Is this an English song? My lover's got no money. Da, 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 da. Shame. But anyway.
Thank you. I think I know what you mean. For example, you've got the flamenco, you've got Argentinian tango, you've got specific certain dances for certain countries. You've got samba, although samba is not, it's just a stereotype most of the time. But yeah, so because like you just said, Maurice dance, but we don't really hear about it. So
It's a niche.
and right, and dancing does get community, does get people together, makes community. Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially we just need to teach British kids how to dance. Maths, English,
and dance. But I think dance is very exposing as well. Like I think people are just not very good at being physically expressive, and dance is all about physical expression. So I don't know if you like see like rap videos or like you know, trap music. I actually cycle through London Tower Bridge every day to go to the studio, and often I see people, particularly on the way back, shooting their like rap videos, and the idea of dancing by the artist is just to be really narrow and be like this. The smaller the better. So you're doing something slightly different, but it's not really dancing. So everybody's like keeping really safe. And real dance is about being free in the moment. And people can't do that. People can't do that.
All of the rappers at the Tower Bridge.
Yeah,
we
free
need to,
rappers
we need to,
from the physical oppression.
we need to let them know how to go out and dance. Do you dance? Do you have fun dancing?
Not at the moment.
Well,
later.
Every kind of movement is dancing. So if you think it's dancing, it is dancing.
Okay, but guys, this goes back to mental health. Dancing goes back to mental health. Everything goes back to mental health. That's why I'm bang on about it. And there are groups in the UK that people dance, but it's not specific. It's not British or one particular nationality, but there are a few groups, I know, actually there are quite a few, but you're talking about being contrived and things. Guys, again, they're too big. One is psychiatrist, neuroscientist, you will probably get to know about them, Peter Levine, Bessel van der Kolk. They talk exactly about this. The body resolves so many things. dance resolves mental health, not resolves, but helps incredibly. So it's not something that should be cut off society or off schools. We need more physical exercise, including dancing.
So do we exercise for fun? This is, I'm sort of trying to wrap up what we've been talking about, because this session has seen a lot of stuff. So Michael, and then I'll sum up.
This is a British. I mean, if you want, do you want me to jump in the middle and keep this going? Is that what you're saying? But I go to, sometimes if I can wake up in time, I go to this ecstatic dance on a Sunday, which is like, it's so good. It's so good, and it's like dancing without drinking, where in a non-judgmental space. So you can make any movement you want, and actually you get to explore what your body's doing. You get to explore different emotions in the music with your body, which is, I think, essentially what dance is, but in a very free-form way. And I think it's excellent.
Do you do this alone? Do you do this with people?
No, with lots of other people, yeah.
You need to tell me.
Well, there's one at 10. The problem is it's at 10:30 on a Sunday morning in Hackney Wick Baths, but it's not a swimming pool. It's like a former swimming pool that's been turned into a dance hall, and you can go there and you can dance. There's also another one at Oval Space called Morning Gloryville, but that's even earlier. That's the problem. These things happen. I don't know why they do them all in the just because you're not drinking. I don't know why it has to be so early in the morning. It's a variety of music, but some of it is like all kinds of different dance music, basically, all mixed together.
Yeah, that's amazing. So if we want to dance and...
Yeah, I know about them. I've not been to Hackney Baths. I've been to Morning Glory before. Don't particularly like the music. I don't, but it's quite free. But it's quite free in exactly that. It's very healthy. It's very healthy. No drinking, and it's quite healing. Absolutely healing and freeing. Absolutely. Yeah.
So we dance. We can dance our way to health.
No, I was just gonna say we have to go because we have exams. But thank you so much.
Final thoughts from you.
Final thoughts. Once again, my idea: dancing and music connects people and creates fun.
Yeah, forget data analysis. Data connects nobody. That's what we're saying.
Data connects nobody, and dancing is liberating. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck with your exams.
Coming out gay in the 70s, and we went to discos and we danced all night. We didn't even need E to do that. And
what is E?
no, we don't go to that. You know what I mean. But ecstasy. Ecstasy. In 1985, everyone was taking ecstasy and going all night, right? But we didn't. We did. But it was. Then the Straights took that over. We invented disco dancing, and then the Straights took it over, and they got it. But we invented dancing all night, and it was a communal thing. I mean, we weren't going to actually who you were dancing with didn't really matter, but you were actually dancing all together, and it was an extraordinary event because you just went out. It was a celebration of suddenly letting go and being free. So at that moment in time, English people suddenly learned to use their bodies because they hadn't been allowed to do so for so long.
So in the 70s, so in the 70s, just going back to the type of songs that you're listening in the 70s. You mentioned, but what else?
More like disco music, actually. ABBA or whatever, disco divas, etc. Yeah.
But when you're talking about disco, it's different from disco today. So you're talking about ABBA and.
Yes, ABBA indeed. But I don't think the clubs aren't doing so well now. A lot of them are closed down. I mean, they used to go on all night, but that doesn't happen in London quite so much now, I don't think.
Do you go out and dance? Do you like dancing? So we're talking about how to make Britain fun again.
we're talking about the importance of the mental health and making Britain great again. So, what do you do for fun? My name is Matt. This is Talkaoke.
You're right.
Pop show. What is your name?
I'm Georgia.
Georgia, nice to meet you.
I'm Chanel.
Chanel, nice to meet you. Please come and join us. Sit us for a little bit.
Is this all being filmed?
Yeah, so this is being filmed at the moment, but if you're, it's going to go on YouTube. That's it. So it's not going live. So, what do you do for fun? Is fun even important in life? Is it as important as money? That's what we were talking about before. Do we export fun?
No, I think it's definitely important. I feel like it's hard. Sorry, I feel like it's hard to get a balance between fun and having money. But I feel like it's definitely important.
So having money is important, as important as having fun. So if you had
No, I would raise fun above money because
fun above money.
Yeah, because when you look back at your life, you're going to remember all the fun things you did, not all the money that you had. Well, some people might.
And so this ties very well to what we were talking about earlier. That back in the 50s there was only sticks and apples and trees to climb. I'm sorry, I'm stuck to sticks and apples.
I can't stop thinking about this. We would there was a swing in the playground, and you could swing on the swing and get up and up and up and then launch off the swing. And there was a moment where you hovered in the ground and then fell to go. I don't think you're allowed to do that anymore in playgrounds. But it was hovering just before the was the most exciting thing in my childhood.
So health and safety killed all the fun.
Yes, exactly. Well, I just want to come about, this question about what's happened to all the clubs, because I live in an area called Hackney, in northeast London, and it used to be famous for, it still probably is famous for nightclubs, but I feel like they have got more tame now. And I think there's a lot more legislation, health and safety, licensing legislation that makes it harder for people to have fun. And I do think to a certain extent we've kind of, the fun is kind of evaporated away. Also, it's become much more expensive as well.
Yeah, so as Donald Trump says, we need to cut the red tape and get rid of all of the legislation.
Definitely cut the red tape on the dance floor.
That is the solution. So that's what Talkaoke brings us. New solutions to new problems of the day. So, Margot, you were just...
I'm just arriving.
You're just arriving.
Yeah, I don't know, what were we talking about? What's the chat? Sorry.
About the dance floors are dying. We need to cut the red.
You know what I wanted to say? Apparently younger people, younger generation, I'm 40, so obviously people much younger than me, apparently people don't like to drink on and be kind of expressive on a dance floor because they're too worried about being filmed and for all that, all that kind of video material to be doing rounds on the internet, because apparently it's very important to kind of retain some kind of dignity and seriousness, like be in charge of your image, of how you are out there, and for somebody to take a picture of you or something and share it out there or show you having fun or being drunk, that's just somehow paralyzing for people. And I think technology killed fun.
Technology killed fun.
But the image that those children, I'm calling them children, but young people want to preserve, are those images real?
Good question. I don't know.
Is the fun then real?
I don't know. Have you seen yourself kind of resurface on a weird photo? Or now and then we look back on you look back on your kind of crazy party days, Mikey, on Facebook, and we see a photo. Not still going, but they're fun photos. But maybe for somebody who's a little bit more specific about how they want to come across. It's about kind of performance of who you are to the world. There's who you are, and then there's how you think you are and how you want people to perceive you as, and maybe you don't want people to perceive you as this person who doesn't have body coordination or saying silly things or whatever. So people need to chill out.
Are we all actors in a big play?
Oh, absolutely. Shakespeare said that. The world is a big play, it's a big stage. But do you think people like Mikey go dancing and so on, you think people cared less about sounding goofy, looking goofy. It was not that big of a deal as it is today. What do you? It's a question. Please.
Personally for me, I've never thought about it that deeply. Like, I think it's important that when you're out and you're having fun with friends, that, like, obviously there's an element that you have to be safe, but that, like, apart from that, you can just be yourself. But I think it's who you surround yourself with as well that's important, probably, in that situation, because you could get taken advantage of in those situations, but if you're with the right people, they're going to know that, like, you're having a laugh and it's just fun and, like, yeah.
So it's all about trust. We just need to have trust with people that we party with.
But I mean, like, I'm not a supporter of the Conservative Party at all. But however, I do feel sorry for Michael Gove when he busted some moves on the dance floor and everybody filmed him. And it's like, you know, he was just wanting to enjoy himself, you know, and there is an issue, I think, with people. Like, I remember going to Bielefeld in Germany, and it was some festival day, and they had music in the streets. And I just really went for it, dancing. And all the teenagers were kind of impressed. But the way I would want them to actually respond would be, yeah, I'm going to dance too. But instead, they'd all just got their phones out and started filming me. Look at this old guy busting moves.
I'm really sorry, Mikey, for laughing for this long, because it probably was delightful, and it had to be enjoyed.
Sorry, as the old person, yes, we do have to laugh about selfies. I mean, it's like you young people just go around taking pictures of yourself consistently. Doing everything has to be marked with a selfie. I'm joking.
I just want to say that people back in the day used to carry like pocket mirrors. People don't do that now. So I use my phone as my mirror. So I don't always take a selfie, but I just sometimes just, you know, check my makeup and stuff. Just checking my face is in the right place, you know. Just normal stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I use it as a mirror basically.
So the phone is a mirror. Is that a mirror that we see ourselves in, ourselves? Can we be seeing an element of fun in us? Thanks to this, we don't need to stay with the fun part of this conversation. We can take it wherever we want, with the issues that we care about, or not so much the things that we've read, interacted with. So, Christina.
Thank you. That's interesting because the apps. I don't know if it's iPhone. I don't know which phone, but you can make funny faces on the person. You probably know. Yeah, they know. They know. Because I don't even know how to do it properly. But what I'm saying is, okay, so there is an element of being goofy and, you know, enjoying yourself. So the pictures, you can go philosophical about it. You feel more than just what is seen, or you can just be goofy for 1 minute or so. Now, can I just ask her, because she talked about being goofy, but the group of friends that you're with will make a difference then. Make you feel safe. What else how would you feel comfortable being goofy around whom?
I think it's not necessarily that it always has to be friends, but it's probably that people you're just comfortable with. Like, you get an energy from people, I think, around that you feel like you can be more of yourself maybe than usual. It just depends really who you're surrounding yourself with, but I think it also does depend how you personally take on the perception of I don't know her name, but who was just speaking around deeping it, and like you almost like the mirror effect. Technology has become that and phones have become that, but actually it depends how much you're going to let it be that mirror in your life. Like, there's kind of a self-control aspect of that I guess you can have if you don't want to be on social media or things like that.
Can I please hear David's answer to that? Because this is a younger person talking about being comfortable with herself, with the group, and what I'm feeling goofy or not. What would it be for you in the 70s? What does it mean to be goofy in the 70s?
Was it goofy being in the 70s?
Goofy being in the 70s, blah, blah, blah.
Was it fun? Was it goofy? Was it fun?
You certainly. I mean, I was thinking about it because I wrote a little thing for a blog about what it was like in the 70s in New York, and the thing was, I found myself. It was before mobile phones, before COVID. You were definitely less self-conscious, put it that way, about watching yourself. I mean, yes, life did actually seem a little less complicated, and the fun was more straightforward. That's as far as I can say.
So should we just ban phones at all of these events? Should we just say, people, you came here to have fun. Now is the time to switch off your mobile phone, just like we go to a cinema, right?
That's how we started this whole day, actually.
We just switch off the phones. Maybe everyone coming to Talkaoke should switch off the phone, because it's going to be as bad as seeing someone smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Well, hopefully, I really.
At the party is going to be
No, but yeah.
as bad as smoking at the party, because maybe it's not fun anymore to smoke.
So I think I really want to go back to the point about Britain being like the fun and healthy mental health capital of the world. I really want that to happen, and I do think that the fact that we rely on our phones so completely and our perception of the world is a lot of the times, obviously not everyone's like that, but everybody's like, a lot of people are glued to the screens. I think that's going to be proven at some point soon that it's not that healthy. So I think there's a real opportunity for Britain to do something with it, like to get on the bandwagon. I mean, like not bandwagon, but start the bandwagon maybe that way and ban phones. I'd really like to see that happen, because it's really bold and it's kind of counterintuitive as well, because technology.
Would you ban phones for having fun? Would you? Please come and join us.
I loved her jumper, by the way. But I think sometimes, to really stand out, you really have to do the thing that people disagree with. It's probably why Trump is so... I don't want to talk about Trump, by the way, but, it's like sometimes you do a controversial thing and people go like, oh, shit, I can't believe this person is so audacious to do this thing, but you kind of sometimes have to, to make a big point. I'm not making a big point now, but I'd like to one day.
That's okay. Thank you.
Sorry, we have to get going because we've got a reservation. But thank you. It's just for a meal, but we're going to go near Borough Market. But I just picked my friend up from the train station. But it's been good fun. So thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Are you celebrating something?
What there is celebrating?
No, we just have just coming up the weekend.
That's a good set.
But thank you for having us.
Connection, human connection.
It's about human connection. Let's start. Enjoy your food.
It has been proven.
It has been proven that technology alters the brain. There was a study, I don't remember the details now, but young kids, oh my gosh, I need to look into it again, but I think it's called technology dementia, something like this. Please don't quote me on that, but there is already. There is.
I mean, what's that? So you guys swap, but I mean, I think people really like their freedom, and particularly in Britain, like you could see it with COVID or like the ban of smoking. People really love their freedom, but I think sometimes it's good to curtail freedom to be on your devices all day long if you're preventing people from getting this digital dementia. It should be called, it sounds good. But I think sometimes you just have to put restrictions in place, and it may feel like impingement of your personal freedom, but I think it's worth it, because we just get sucked into things like dopamine hit and stuff. It's like, no, I'm on Facebook because I want to be on Facebook. No, you don't. You just it's a physiological kind of addiction or psychological addiction that needs to be curbed.
Okay, you want to curb the addiction.
Curb freedom.
You want to curb freedom
in specific context, obviously. Curb freedom to have freedom, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. Do we sometimes need to curb our freedoms to have freedom when it comes to phones or cigarettes, or is there anything else like that where we have too much of it and it's it becomes problematic?
It's interesting that when people are talking about having fun and all the rest of it, and how some places are not as financially opportune, but people seem to be having more fun. I think it is true that the more fun that is available for poor people, the less fun, it makes it more difficult to have fun. It's too complicated. There are too many the greatest freedom sometimes doesn't lead to the greatest freedom.
Okay, so does freedom sometimes lead to lack of freedom? We've got a new face at the table. I'll just do some quick round of notes. I've actually I've just jumped into the table myself. And so my name's Mikey. Let's find out. Come and join us if you want to. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show, open to everyone. And that's you. Yes. But this person looks like they're trying to get a train or something like that, so they're not going to join us.
Looks like he wants to...
Yes, tell us your name.
Hey, I'm Sam.
Sam,
nice to meet you all. How's it
you
going?
with a round of applause.
Yeah.
And we've got
Margot.
And we've got
Christina.
And
David.
And as I said, I'm Mikey. Wait a moment. There's a long whole thing about, we're talking about VE Day, about flag waving, about Britain, but then we're talking about how to make Britain fun again. What is it about Britain that is fun, that we can develop? Is it our creativity? Is it our sense of, a sense of community? Is it the safety? Someone talked about that. What actually is it that makes Britain fun? And then we're talking about technology. Is it actually trapping us? Is it a prison? Or is it a path to liberation? So there's some of the things we're talking about at the moment. But as you may or may not know, Talkaoke can go in any direction that you, the audience and participants, want to take it in. So any thoughts? Christina, you look like you're thinking about something. You look the most thoughtful, I've got to say. But Margot, you got your hand up as well.
Yeah, no, I just think like things run in circles, and I think, we're talking about VE Day. People were liberated from the armed conflict. They felt liberation. They really, there was like a big, freedom was bursting out because it was taken away from people.
Yeah.
People were drafted into army, or they had to. They didn't have these like culinary programs like, hey, 20 million ways of eating an avocado or whatever. Like there was no avocado, stuff like that. So people, they really. It was like biting into like a juicy watermelon, this freedom. But now I feel we're just abusing our freedom. Okay. That's how I feel sometimes.
Is it too much of a good thing?
Yeah.
Too much of a good thing?
Yeah, go on.
That's what I was going to say. I think what it is it's kind of like you're oversaturated with great stuff that you don't really appreciate the little things nowadays, I guess, So people would just have fun back in the day with like, I don't know, like a hacky sack or something like that, or like a frisbee. I was playing frisbee yesterday. It was amazing, right? But now people need like a massive games console or something like that, right? So it's very different.
We heard that back in the 50s it was an apple and a stick. I don't know if it was just one apple and one stick, or if everyone
Climbing trees. So not the essence of things, because I was very good at it too. It was about the only thing I was good at.
Yeah. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Freeform Talk Show. We're here for one day only. Come on, yes, you can do it. You need to encourage your friend as well to come down. We have got Sam. We have got Margot. We've got Christina. We've got David. My name's Mikey. Tell us your name.
Maya.
And come and join us. Yes, you can do it. Let's give this person a round of applause. We've even got Electra. What's your name?
Manisha.
What's it?
Manisha.
Okay, this is just a pop-up talk show where we talk about all sorts of things. We've been here all afternoon. We've talked about so many different things. We talked about so many different aspects of AI. We've been talking about VE Day, how to make Britain fun again, dancing, phones. Is technology actually enabling us to have fun, or is it actually preventing us to have fun? These are some of the things we're talking about. Are we in a way too complacent because we've just got everything here in this society that we don't actually appreciate things? We heard that back in the 50s, all you had was an apple and a stick and a tree to climb. But there's Sam was enjoying frisbee. These are some of the things we're talking about.
Hey, don't forget hacky sack. I discovered hacky sack when I was in drama school. It was my English friends who introduced me to it. It is very, very good. I wasn't very good at it, but it's kind of beside the point. And the best trees to climb from my childhood were plum trees. I don't know what it is about them. They were just really damn good.
Choice,
Maybe coming in on the hacky sack, I think the thing that makes it most fun is no one's really that good at it.
Yeah.
So it's like you're kind of encouraged to fail, and like if
Yeah.
you continue with the hacky sack kicking it around and stuff, the more you get, the more excited you get. So it's like nowadays maybe people are just
Yeah.
too scared to fail,
Okay.
and that's why they're not as engaged. You know.
Okay, is it that fear of failure? I mean, we're going back to the phone things and come and join us. Yes, you can. This is your only chance, unless you log on to thepeoplespeak.org.uk, and then you can find out where we are next. But we're only here for today. Maya, have you got any thoughts on any of these subjects?
I mean, I don't know what hack-a-sack. I've never heard of this.
You haven't heard of hack-a-sack?
I've never ever heard of this.
Does it sound fun to you?
I need to hear what it is first.
Okay, right. Can someone explain it?
Yeah, do you guys know what it is? Do you know what it is? I guess also it's like maybe like a middle generation kind of thing. So you just get like a small beanbag ball, and you just sit.
Ball made of beanbags.
Yeah, kind of thing,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And you'll stand in a circle, and you just like kick it or throw it to one another, and you're just kind of trying to keep it up. Basically, it's like a very, very simple game.
Yeah.
It sounds rubbish, but it is really good. Yeah.
All right.
It's usually played by people that have had a bit too much to smoke, I will say.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any thoughts? Does that sound fun to you? What do you do for fun?
Yeah.
Do you have enough
I'm
fun?
interested.
What do you do?
Alicia?
What do I do for fun? I like to go to the gym.
Yeah.
I like to do jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to fight, like...
Yeah, we've had a...
Not like in actual fights, like sport fighting.
Yeah. We had someone earlier on that was sparring. Is that what you do? You do sparring?
It's more called grappling with jiu-jitsu.
Right.
But I also did a year of kickboxing and a year of boxing, so I've also done sparring.
Yeah. And what does boxing or kickboxing give you? Is it just fun in itself, or do you feel like
you get to release anger and stress by hitting people?
Okay. All right, so that's also a question about anger and stress. I don't know, other people, how do they feel about that? We've got a new face at the table as well. We're talking about hacky sack. Do you know what that is? No, okay, we're not going to go through, we might have to go through it again. But we're also talking about different ways to have fun, and Maya is basically a fighter. So it's like jiu-jitsu, fighter for fun, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, boxing. This releases stress and anger. Christina, have you got any, do you involve yourself in any combat sports?
No, I don't. But there was one time that, yes, I had a very difficult time, and and I went to a few boxercise classes. It was wonderful.
Okay, so that did actually help you release stress.
It did help.
Yeah.
Yes. And 5 rhythms.
What is 5 rhythms?
Dancing.
Dancing, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
instead of ecstatic.
Yeah. Yeah. What are the 5 rhythms? Or is that too difficult a question?
No. Staccato, something, chaos. I don't remember all 5 now.
Yeah. One of them's staccato, one of them's chaos. And the other 3 are probably more normal. Yeah. Hang on before you go. Sorry, Christina, to interrupt. We need to get a final thought from you. So, I think the big question on the table at the moment, if you don't mind me saying, is how do we make Britain fun again? So I'm going to hit you with the big questions. So I feel like you've got the potential, the capacity to answer these things. Yeah.
We should make rounders compulsory for everyone at least once a year.
Rounders compulsory once a year. Is it what day? Hang on. What day is Rounders Day? Is there a particular day that would be?
Let's say hottest day of the year.
The hottest day of the year. People have to
but then
play
they're going to be like, who's going to get heat stroke? More practice for us.
Are you medics?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, right. I see. Is fun a medical question to a certain extent?
I mean, it can be. You're probably going to have less fun if your health's declining.
Okay, so fun and health are kind of like related.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I have very strong opinions about lots of things. How?
Let's have some of them. Come on, hit us with them. Yeah. Not literally hit us because we know.
How do we make Britain fun? Make smoking and alcohol illegal.
Right, okay. So once again, it's about curtailing freedoms, because we were talking about this earlier. Smoking and alcohol illegal, okay.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, vaping as well, that can go.
Yeah.
That could go.
Okay.
They can all go.
Right, okay, so to make things fun, you want to ban stuff. Smoking alcohol.
Yeah, because people just use it to like cover up like feeling socially inadequate.
Right.
But if people weren't allowed to use it, they could, you know, venture out, try new things without having to rely on a substance that's going to give you cancer.
Okay, I'm going to hit you with a round of applause for that. Anything else you want to add to make Britain fun again?
No.
Apart from, okay, so we've got there's a lot of kind of like authoritarian, compulsory things.
We're not dictators. Promise.
There's compulsory rounders and prohibition of drinking and alcohol. Fourth year.
Today, just finished fourth year.
Okay, congratulations.
Well,
what are you guys gonna do to have fun now? I guess now that you're free. Wait, now you've been given your freedoms back. You know?
Well, we have exams, so we're just studying right now.
Technically, we finished fourth year classes today. We have an exam at the end of this month.
Yeah.
And then we start fifth year the week after. So not really a break. We have a weekend.
But how are you going to celebrate it? Are you going to...
What, the weekend?
Yeah, are you going to be smoking and drinking?
No, I'm going to Singapore.
Oh, wait. Whoa, that's a... Yeah.
No, just for vibes. Just for vibes.
Okay, wow, amazing.
Yeah. Well,
okay, well, good luck, congratulations. I will see you in the surgery when I'm a little bit older and I need something fixing. Yes.
As a scientist, I want to have the recipe for fun.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
like.
Do you think that's the magic formula?
A magic formula, but that's the thing. We've got all of the molecules that you know can make us fun.
Molecule?
There's lots of fun molecules, right? But like they're really fun.
What is the funnest molecule?
What's the funnest? The most fun molecule, I think, would be cyclooctane.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
No, I'm just making it up. It's a fun. You've got a good molecule.
Okay, you've got a good fun molecule.
Yeah, there's a molecule called housane that is in the shape of a house.
Right.
That's pretty fun, right?
Yeah.
So I think that, and there's like cubane, which is a cube as well. Like, there's lots of fun molecules like that, you know?
Okay. Okay, that's what?
It's not. I suppose it's a molecule. Polon. We were talking about it yesterday. It's named after a very fun country in Europe called Poland.
Okay.
Well, we know the man went to the stag do to Poland and he loved it. So, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Anyway, so where are we going with this? So we're talking about fun molecules, yes?
No, but the thing is, Britain is a country of like deep thinkers, and to have fun, you have to just like not overthink it. That's the main recipe. We're at a university campus, so you need to kind of find some kind of like a mind-body decoupling lab or something like that, when people just like don't overthink fun.
Okay. Are we overthinking it? This is a new, because we talked about how technology maybe, and the things that we think are freeing us are actually restricting us. Is thinking part of that as well? Or are we actually overthinking? David, you were going to say.
We also have a reputation where the Australians have a name for it, being a whinging pom, just because of not being happy. But there we are. So that's a. But we also have a sense of humour, which is, I think our sense of humour is the best thing about it. Laughter. Yeah. We do laugh at things in a good way.
Mostly Polish people.
But now, of course, there are things. But that has been curtailed slightly because you're not allowed to laugh at some things now.
Yeah. Do you think
That's another thing.
Are we policing the gags too much?
Okay, I think in order to understand British humor, you have to be British.
Really?
I'm really sorry. Like, I needed to spend a few years in this country to understand Monty Python.
Yeah.
You know, but I think when I watched.
Do you understand Monty Python? Well, come and join us. Come and join us. Come and join us? Yes. Do you like comedy?
Comedy, yes,
Yeah.
I like comedy.
Have you heard of Monty Python?
No, I didn't.
What's your favourite comedy?
Comedy, I love Chinese comedy.
Oh, Chinese. What is Chinese? We probably don't know that much about.
Do you know 本山照?
We're gonna have to look these things. You have to say it slowly so we've got time to look it up. Come and join us as well. We're talking about comedy at the moment.
Yeah, he is a famous actor in China.
What's he called?
赵本山.
Zhou Bin Shen.
赵本山.
There was one before that you said was different, wasn't it?
Oh no, they're same. Just change the order of the name.
Right.
Yeah, and I love Mr. Beans too.
Mr. Bean.
Oh yeah.
Probably know. But what is it? Is Chinese comedy different from British comedy? Would you say?
I think the British comedy they always talk about politics.
Yeah.
But we never.
Yeah, you don't talk about it, but in Britain,
Yeah. We never play jokes with the politicians.
Yeah, okay, all right. We've got. So, what's your name?
I'm Ray.
Ray, and tell us your name.
Jack.
Jack. We've got Christina. We've got David. We didn't get your name.
Matt.
And we've got Margot. We've got Sam. We're talking about comedy.
What's your name?
Oh, my name. That's a good point. Mikey. My name's Mikey with the mic. But Jack, have you got any comedy favourites?
Honestly, I'm drawing blanks right now, but
Have you heard of Monty Python?
Yeah, of course.
You have heard of Monty. Does it make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I grew up in Britain, and Holy Grail is one of the best comedies of all time.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Inarguably.
Okay. Do you know any Chinese comedy?
I can't say I have.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean, that's the thing, is that we know probably a lot of British comedy, we probably know American comedy, but do we know comedy from other parts of the world? Go on, Margaret.
Now, speaking of different parts, there's always a line of comedy in every country. I would expect maybe in China as well, which is laughing at like body parts, you know, like dick-based jokes, or like funny-based or sex-based jokes, or like breaking the taboo of that. There's always some kind of jokes.
Is that what they do in Poland?
That's what they do in Poland a lot, and I'm surprised because it's 2025, and like for instance, there's some female stand-up comedians who just like they just really absorb that really annoying banter-based, harsh, almost aggressively funny style of male comedians, and they talk about dicks and stuff like that, and I'm like, please talk about dicks. Go ahead. Like, please. I'll be the last one to kind of judge. But at least be funny. Just be a bit more kind of, you know.
Right.
But that seems to be something that a lot of people relate to. Like, you drop a genitalia-based item there, and it's all good. That's what makes the joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Are fart jokes part of that as well? Would you say a good fart joke is universal? Yeah, in every language, I guess a fart sounds the same, right? So is that, would you...
Is farting the universal language? And yes.
I worked with a very famous director called Peter Brook, who took a group of actors into Africa to put up shows on a carpet and give them to them. It's very interesting, fun. Anything sexual joke got a very good laugh.
Yes.
That's what he found out in Africa.
Okay, right, okay. So some gags are easier to kind of translate than others. What's the name of this comedian?
My name?
No, the comedian. The Chinese comedian.
赵本山.
We're going to look up Chao
赵本山.
Chao Ben-shen, and we're going to find out about what, I mean... Are there a lot of sex-based jokes or body-based jokes in Chinese comedy?
It's seldom. It's impolite in our culture. Yes.
Okay, so it's more polite than that. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Christina? What's your favourite kind of comedy? And
I don't really like slapsticks.
Yeah.
I like sort of
Intelligent comedy,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. What? Like, what? Give us an example.
Monty Python was
Yeah, like that,
was intelligent.
Yeah.
Was funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like aggressive humor.
Yeah.
I agree with Matt about being in. To understand British humor, you need to be in Britain for some time.
Okay, right. So you need to actually immerse yourself.
Yeah.
Into
There is a bit of dark humor into it.
Yeah.
Not all of it, but some dark humor. And yeah, I appreciate it now. Not all of it, but lots of it. Yeah.
I mean, you're not from Britain. Where are you from?
No, originally I'm from Brazil.
Brazil? Is there a Brazilian humor style?
My God, I've been here for so long that
You've kind of forgotten what it is.
No, it's not. It's some stereotypes about no.
Yeah.
I don't know. I left Brazil when I was quite young. I'm still young. Sorry. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. The
I
thing.
don't think we really get Brazilian humour here. We don't get Brazilian comedy.
No, what I get a lot. Well, for me, it's more music. Brazilian music is what I'm stronger at.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me think about Brazilian
Have a think
humor.
about it, yeah, okay.
let me think about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but what about Brazilian comedy? Have you ever heard any Brazilian?
Comedy?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Portuguese and
Yeah.
Cape Verdean, so I actually I can tell what they're saying with
Right.
no translation.
Is it funny just when you hear
Yeah,
them
of course
talking?
it's funny.
Yeah.
Brazilian people are so funny.
Yeah.
And their music is so good.
Okay, tell us your name.
I'm Carol.
Carol, we'll hit you a round of applause. But we've got Ray, we've got Jack, we've got Christina, we've got David, we've got Matt, we've got Margot, we've got Sam, I'm Mikey, and this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. And then we were talking about how do you make Britain fun again, because this was a long time, this is way back, and then we started talking about dancing, but then we started talking about jokes and humour. How important is humour? Is it more important in Britain than in other countries? Can you understand Monty Python? Do you know Monty Python?
Oh, wait, I don't know what Monty Python is.
Okay.
Someone educate me.
Yeah.
Evangelizing Monty Python now.
Yeah.
Just like, is that we're gonna be giving crash course on like?
Yeah. What is Monty Python?
What is Monty Python? It's a bunch of really old dudes making jokes back in the old golden ages.
It's from the 1970s, I think. Do you know Monty Python?
No, I don't know him personally.
Are you familiar with that particular type of comedy? Because what we're talking about here at the moment, this is Talkaoke Freeform Talk Show, but we've kind of landed on this subject: make Britain fun again. And what has Britain got to export that is kind of fun that we can actually?
This man.
We can export him. Where should we export him to?
Anywhere. Yeah.
Anywhere.
The other side of the world, preferably.
Yeah, okay.
He's been a
Do you
pain in
want to
the
be
arse to me for 40 years.
Do you want to be exported?
I wouldn't mind, yeah. I'm still at that age where I've still got places I want to see.
Yeah. Where would you be exported to?
We're exported to
Yeah.
the French Polynesian islands in the Indian Ocean.
Okay. Have you got a particular favourite French Polynesian island?
Yeah, I can't think of it at the moment. I've never been, but it looks beautiful.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
see me days out.
what would they get from? Tell us your name first of all.
Howard.
Howard. We've got Jack. We've got Christina. We've got David. We've got Matt. We've got Ray. We have got Sam. We have got.
What's my name? You forgot. Shame on you.
I know because I got too excited about these people. We've got
Carol.
Joseph and his amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
Yeah. Anyway, but what we're asking at the moment is, if we were going to export Howard to French Polynesia, what would Howard have to offer? And this is the exact problem we've got in the UK, that we're not really exporting anything. We used to have Monty Python, which was a product that we could, and that's how we got started talking about it. Theatre? The arts, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'd export.
Are you an artist or
I'm an actor, yeah.
You're an actor, okay.
So is Sean.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm
are
sorry,
we-
I need to get back to my ward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought Howard was your ward.
Our ward.
Anyway, have you got a final thought? I mean, are we celebrating the arts enough anymore in the UK? Is it the best thing we've got to export? Jack, can you pass these guys the mic? Because they need to get back to the board.
It used to be, but the funding from the arts has disappeared over the last 2 decades.
Yeah.
Now Trump's whacking 100% tariffs on our film industry, apparently. So it was a profession when we started.
Yeah.
You know, it was an art. Now I'm not so sure it is. We become more commodities,
Right.
really, and it's a terrible shame. We need more funding.
Okay, so we need more cash, but is that cash going to make us cash for the country?
It shouldn't really matter.
It shouldn't
You
matter,
know,
so it's just
Shakespeare
about the
wasn't
arts.
thinking about that when he was writing 400 years ago. He did it for the love of it. We should be exporting it for the love of it.
Okay, so it's more about the love of the art form and
And love of humanity.
Okay.
Sorry, I really need to get back to
No,
my
that's fine,
ward,
that's fine.
otherwise I'm going to get in
That's
trouble.
fine.
Lovely
You know
to meet
what? That was a great intervention from you. Yes.
Should we give Howard an award? Howard Award.
Yeah, the Howard Award. I think we should name an award after Howard, the Howard Award. But Howard, give us a final thought before you take your award to his wards.
Well, I've just unexpectedly had this pleasure of meeting everybody, which is great. So, are you all students at the?
Some of us are, some of us aren't. Yeah.
But it's a great
We're all
group.
students of life, as Sam says. Yes.
So, when you're here again, I'll come and.
Yeah.
I'll sit down.
Well, this is our last card, but take it. Take it. Take our last.
Well, do you want me to take a photo of it rather than the card?
Yes.
I'll take a quick photo of it.
Take a photo. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks very much for joining us. And, Carol, I feel like I've ignored you a little bit here, and I've kind of forgotten your name. Have you got any thoughts on any of this?
I agree with
Yeah,
what
thank
they're
you.
saying. I feel like the art should be more for the people,
Yeah.
less than. Bye. So nice to meet you.
Thank you.
This is so cute. I don't know. I was just going to my house right there, and then I just got curious.
Do you think stuff like this makes the UK more fun?
Yeah,
Do you
for
think?
sure it does make it more fun.
Yeah.
So you guys are doing a great job. But
Together with this, you're part of this as well, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
everyone can just participate. Like those two guys, they had no idea what was going on.
I mean, yes.
The funny thing is that you just never know what people are gonna say. And like this dude, I saw him yesterday actually when we came to do a workshop, and I really was drawn to his coat. His whatever the thing. And yeah, there you go. He's an actor, so like, come on, gotta love those moments, you know.
Yeah, Kit.
I'm sorry, yes, a classic piece of English humour. What's wrong? This guy. Immediately. An American actress came over who was working and said, "You're all so nasty to each other." And they wouldn't understand it. That's a token of affection. A way of showing affection in England is to be rude about somebody.
Okay, I mean, do we take it? What's that?
Oh, you just break the ice as well, like with somebody by just because if you can be rude with somebody, I'm saying that I'm trying to find the rationale with it because I agree with you. I sometimes don't like to be joked about in a British way, but
So
you
the
wouldn't
British
joke.
way is to
Yeah, you're showing
actually-
familiarity. You're showing like, listen, I like you so much so that I can say something maybe a little bit edgy about you, and you won't take offence. And I think that's a way of reaching out, which is weird, but it's a British thing.
So it's a little bit of guess they call it. Yeah.
It makes you feel like super comfortable with
Yeah.
someone if you can roast them and then you
Yeah.
still are friends after.
Okay, yeah.
That's like such a green flag in a friendship.
Okay,
Right?
so-
I think so personally.
Okay. Yep.
I mean, Britain is famous with Sunday roast because back in
Sunday
tradition,
roast,
people only roasted each other on Sundays. Monday to Sunday, they were busy working. So.
Okay. All right. So we're talking about the phenomenon of roasting.
You think so? What do you think?
Well, it's not really my job in the middle to have any thoughts about this. I mean, I do feel like, yes, fun is important, humour is important. I mean, it's such a weird thing because my job actually is mostly not to do this anymore, but to teach other people to do this job. And a lot of it is about having fun and making jokes, but it's so hard to explain, how do you make a joke? How do you actually make something funny or fun. It's such a elusive thing. So I don't really know what it is to actually do. I can hopefully here and there I can do it. I'm obviously relying far too heavily on puns and word-based humour, but you know, it's really, really hard to explain how to have fun.
How to be funny.
Yeah.
How to be funny.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
you.
Have you got any tips for us, Sam?
Well, I'd have to be funny first in order to give any
But I
tips
think
on it.
it can be a little bit funny. Tiny bit.
Yeah.
You can do it.
I'm sure. Yeah. I guess not think too hard about it. I
Okay.
would imagine.
Okay, so
You got to take the moment. It's all spontaneity. I think that's the main thing. It's just use the moment. Really live in the moment, because I think if you don't, like, the jokes pass you by.
Okay.
You know. Yeah.
Living in the moment. Anyone want to join us in this moment? No, I think the answer is. But I wanted to ask. I'm going to go to you, Matt. But I also wanted to ask David, as an actor, is there any an actor? Is there any tips or tricks about how to be funny? But I'll let you think about that because Matt's got something to say.
Oh, I just wanted to. I'm sorry for tipping everything towards science, but that's my role today.
Yeah,
That's my problem.
Of humor?
Is there a science of humor? Can the science be funny? Because I'm still sort of trying to wrap my head around how do I talk in a funny way about science. Like, people think about this. People make funny TikToks, right? There is like this guy, Dr. Knock, on TikTok, and he does like funny dances, and he's really great at doing this. He's a scientist. Yeah. He recorded his like journey through cancer as well, which was pretty cool. So we have people dedicated to being fun on science. Do all scientists should we all be fun as scientists? Should we all be able to crack a joke about what we do? And why can't we do it? You know, like. Do we need comedy workshops as chemists? You know.
Yeah. What is the chemistry of comedy?
You know, like because like, you know, at the end of PhD we're doctors of philosophy, but how much philosophy do we actually know? Is there philosophy of a joke?
Well, there's some big questions. We probably don't have time to answer them all because I feel like we're running out of time. But I'm going to go. Okay, give us a final thought.
A final thought. I think I agree with what you were saying. People need to live in the present and then like stop using their phones as a way of coping with stuff. Go outside, do stuff, shake some ass. Like, I don't know, go to parties. I don't know. Yeah, because like we're young. Like, even if you don't feel young, you're still young. You can do so much with your life. So yeah, I don't know, guys. We should all go have fun. Go to the pub. You know what I mean?
I mean, one of the because this is, I don't know if you know, this is a science campus. People are trying to analyze fun and actually find the formula for fun.
You cannot find the formula for fun that takes the fun out of like the fun. Like, why would you want to do philosophize like about fun? You just have fun with your friends or like with people you have around. And also I feel like humor is such like a form of intellect. Like, if you can make jokes about how you were saying, like you can make jokes about stuff that you really know about. Like, for example, I just learned about Karl Marx and now all my jokes are about Marx. Like, you know what I mean?
It's like 4 marks for that.
Exactly. Oh, I see what you did there. But it's like you just use the stuff you know and you make it fun in your own way. And of course, not everyone's humor is gonna match up with each other. But I don't know. That's why you find people that you're close with, because you guys have similar humor, and then you'll just make each other's jokes even better. So yeah, and I really need to go home.
Okay.
But it's so nice. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Give us a final thought.
In China, we have an old saying that if you love, you will be 10 years younger.
Whoa.
Oh, yes. So we need to love every day.
But then, do you go into negative?
Yeah, if you're 9 years old.
Yeah.
Yes, it means that you staying active, you will be younger.
Yeah. Well, exactly. That sounds like a very.
I'm asking if you're 9 years old and you do it. Then do you
go
but
negative? It's too late. She's not going to answer.
It's a scientist.
Bye. Yeah. It's the scientist cracking a joke. That's we need this button here. Okay, let me come to David.
It was interesting. She said that they didn't have political jokes in China. But in Russia, apparently, the blackest humor is about the Communist Party and how corrupt it is and how impossible it is to buy stuff and all the rest of it. And humor is a real weapon to get through the bloody awful life that they must live in that country. To answer your question about acting, we have a saying: drama is easy, it's comedy that's difficult.
Okay.
And also, if anyone saw the show last night of actors trying to reproduce a wonderful show called Dad's Army, and they did it appallingly. Really astounding, because they thought they were being funny while they were doing it. The thing is to take your character absolutely seriously in what is doing it, and then it becomes funny. If you think I'm being funny, you kill the joke completely.
Okay, so you've got to be serious in your humour and then let other people do the laughing. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, except you've got Dame in pantomime, and I think that Dame usually knows that they're funny because their role is to be funny. But maybe it's the character who knows they're funny. I don't know. But what I wanted to say is like what she was saying about love and you'll be 10 years younger. You know how they say,
Oh, it was laugh and you'd be.
oh, love. I thought she said love.
Oh, love. Okay,
love,
yeah,
love.
love.
Oh shit, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, if it's love, my point is about that.
Either way.
Well, for the purpose of what I'm trying to say is the love. You know how they say when you've got chemistry with someone, is chemistry department exploring that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're talking about chemistry. Do you feel the chemistry? Come join us. We're about to finish anyway, but we want to find out who you are. We'll be done by then. But yeah, Christina.
I can add a little bit to that.
Are you a chemist?
No.
No.
Are you a lover?
Yeah.
Of life. No, but if you're talking about love, what she was saying, love, because the interaction with people, even friendships, especially friendships, good friendships, the body releases oxytocin, and oxytocin, which is the love hormone, which is the same the bonding between mother and child. So I think, what was your question again? About
chemistry department exploring the chemistry. Love.
Yeah,
it's oxytocin. Yeah.
But it would be the oxytocin specialist.
Oxytocin.
Yeah.
Well, part of it, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the connection between two people, friendship, love, not only romantic love, but friendship, mother-child, and so on, connection.
That's
loving what you do. Is I think.
Let's maximise the oxytocin here. Can you tell us about oxytocin? What's it look like?
I hate to be the party pooper. I'll be a party pooper now. Actually, we don't know if humans produce oxytocin when we're happy or in love. We know that hamsters do.
Hamsters do.
Hamsters do, but very well we could be having a different mix of chemicals in our brains. The problem is that while we can, examine hamsters when they're doing the loving
Is this how they found that out? A hamster was having fun, and then they cut his head open,
exactly. Yes.
And found the oxytocin.
Yes, that's roughly what it is, and it would be kind of hard with a human being to do that.
It wouldn't be very fun.
It's not very fun to be experimenting on humans. So while a lot of people say this, and it's sort of can be true, but since I'm a scientist and I care about the truth, I can tell that we sort of don't know what the chemistry of love is. Okay. We actually don't know.
We don't know.
We know that we love. We know that hamsters have some love-like feelings and have some love molecules, but if humans, do we even use chemistry to love? Or is it deeper?
Come and join us, because we're trying. This is very crucial. We're talking about the chemistry of love. Christina said we release oxytocin, but we had a scientist here who said, no, that's hamsters. We don't know about humans. Well, maybe they do, maybe they don't. But do hamsters love and do humans produce oxytocin? There's two things we don't know. So that's where we are right now. You've joined us in the final throes of this. This is Talkaoke Pop Talk Show. We've got Jack, we've got Christina, we've got David, we've got Matt, we've got Margot, we've got Sam, and I'm Mikey. Tell us your name.
Tarana.
What's it?
Tarana.
Tarana. Well, let's hit you with a round of applause. Are you a scientist?
I'm not, but I'm a psychologist.
Okay. Okay. Because is there is this a psychology question or is it a chemistry question when we're talking about love and we're talking about chemistry? Is it psychology? Is it chemistry? That's the question here. What would you say?
I think it's definitely both, because there's obviously a chemical aspect to what happens in your enzymes when that's happening, but it's also a psychological feeling, right? Because, like, for example, when he said about oxytocin, yes, it is released in certain conditions, not in every conditions. It's more likely in women when you hug, but not as much in men.
Yeah. How do you measure that? How do you measure the pleasure, so to speak?
I don't know, but I think the scientists can tell you that better than I can. But I do know that there have been studies. I think in the case of men, it's not that much. I think it's more serotonin and dopamine.
Okay, so the men are a little bit oxytocin deficient.
I think for men it's only when they're
I know where you're coming from there. Yeah, when they're reaching a level of pleasure, extreme level of pleasure, and then finally the oxytocin comes out. But are men producing enough oxytocin? That's what we're talking. Jack, have you got something to say about this?
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I'm a illustrator, so I come at it from a more artistic angle, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I'd say the whole point of love is that it can't be calculated and that it can't be figured out.
Right.
And it kind of like in that way, the more you try to figure out and beat it and solve it, the further you're going to get away from it. And really, that's the beauty of it, that it's insolvable.
Yeah, so it's enigmatic, it's
Yeah, it's a ghost story at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And once you know the ghost story, it isn't good anymore.
Okay. Do you agree with that as a psychologist?
I think I do, because like once you start trying to measure absolutely everything, because I think everyone displays love in such different ways. I think someone's way of loving someone can be completely different to someone else, because not everyone feels the same like we don't know if what my version of love is the same version of love as someone else, right? You don't know what the other person, what love feels like for the other person. So I think you're completely right.
Okay.
And I don't think that it should be measured. I don't know about can't, but I don't think it should.
Okay, so maybe there's something science shouldn't be looking at. Interesting, yeah.
I was going to say that then.
Yeah.
Should we be saying let's just stop measuring these things and just let
And
live,
what do you think
kind
about
of
this,
thing, you
Sam?
know?
What do you think about this? Do you think we should be investigating very personal things like love?
Yeah. Well, I think it's not possible to combine the two. I don't know. It's like,
it like oil and
what
water?
it's like ones and zeros. It's like all or nothing. I don't think you can be like 50% in love. You know what I mean, or something.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think there is a quantification for it. It's qualitative, you know.
Yeah, okay. So some things are qualitative, some things are quantitative. Margot, I'm going to come to you then. Yeah.
In the interest of final thoughts, because we kind of need to be wrapping.
we
That's
have
the
to
harsh
close.
reality of King's
Yeah.
College London, but we will be back hopefully. What I wanted to say is, like, I know some people around this table don't like Slavoj Žižek, but he resurfaced on my Instagram recently saying the minute you know for which reasons you love that particular person, that is not love anymore. The whole point about love is that you can't really rationalize why you love them. And the second point, which I will be thinking about tonight, is like hamsters having fun. What would that look like? I used to have a lot of hamsters as a child.
Did they express love?
I express love to them. I mean, there's nothing more cute than hamsters putting stuff in their pouches, and I'm gonna leave you with that. That's my final thought.
All right.
More
Yeah.
hamsters.
Okay, I'm just gonna disagree. Everything should be measurable.
Right, on Talkaoke.
Everything should be measurable, but that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
Because the world is beautiful from the microscopic to the macroscopic scale, and one of the beauties of science is that we are capable of observing things and making conclusions and predictions about things. And this has helped humanity quite a lot. So let's say we don't really know now what love really is. Can we, for example, help people who are born as psychopaths? Psychopaths cannot feel love. They cannot feel sort of most human emotions. If we understand what love is on molecular level,
Could we implant love into
Could we implant love into them?
Yeah.
You know, like there's nothing wrong with trying to understand as long as we don't use it as a tool to dismiss feelings. Like we feel love, there is beauty to it. There is an immense beauty to human emotion and everything that we go through as humans, but we have to understand it.
Okay.
That's our mission.
Okay. Okay, we're going to hit a round of applause.
Maybe they love being a psychopath. Maybe they like themselves as a psychopath. I'm just thinking, there are three different kinds of love. There is the love of a person, which comes and goes and fluctuates, and you certainly can be in love with them, and you can love them quietly, and that's love on a personal level. There is the love of gardening or dancing, which is entirely up to you and your activity. And that's what gives you a rush of love. And then there is something which I have never encountered. It's called the love of God. And also the feeling that God loves you. Apparently, I think that's a very great reason why people believe in a God, because they feel they are being loved by God. So there we are. I mean, love is a many splendid thing, but there are three different kinds of it, I think, at least.
Yeah. Okay. If you're out there, God, give us a sign that you love us. Give us any sign, anything. Anything. Just give us a sign. Okay, Christina, give us a final thought.
Okay. You can measure certain things. You can measure passion as well, because before love, not before love. Some people have instant love, but you do have the passion. 3-6 months to 2 years. That could be passion. It's in your body. You have the chemical reactions.
Passion chemical?
Yeah, there is chemical reactions that happen in passion.
Yeah.
Love, I agree with David. I think there are different kinds of love, but generalizing the word love, I've read studies that oxytocin has been measured. So you come and you're saying that no, but that's
fine.
that's controversial.
We just ignore what Matt's got to say. What have you got to say about oxytocin? Don't just ignore this man. Yeah.
So because that makes a difference in the connection, including the release of oxytocin in the body, makes a good studies that I've read say that including it's good for the immune system. So hence human connection is important. It makes you healthier.
Yeah.
Hence, the thing about the technological dementia. Again, don't quote me on that. I don't remember if those are the exact words, but too much technology and not enough human interaction, it's not healthy.
Okay. We're going to hit you with a round of applause for that. Have you got a final thought for us, Jack?
I think I agree with what you were saying about passion. Just fundamentally everything we do is passion. It's driven by it. The whole reason the love of God is a thing, I think, is because people need a purpose. People need a passion. So if they have an external, outward passion that's projected onto them, they have something to live for. So fundamentally, love is the point of everything. It's the point of living. So whether it's chemically induced or just like philosophically there and just felt, I think trying to figure out that emotion and how to maximize it and let everyone experience it is what's important. But also, I haven't experienced nearly enough really to have any say on this. So I'm just being a parrot for other people's words and my feelings right now.
Okay, well, I'm sure that is all to come, and those experiences are going to unfold in a beautiful way. Durana, final thought.
I think I fully agree. I think everything you end up doing, whether it's helping a friend, helping gardening, as you said, dancing, everything has a type of love. And I think, I agree that you should be able to measure it, at least if it's for the good purpose. But I think that unless it's to the point where we actually have to use it to help someone, because like most psychopaths don't want to be helped, they're just like Like they're happy being psychopaths or they're happy. So I feel like I agree, like love is the point of everything, and we should not try to make it into something small and just let it be love. Like love is love. Just
Let
don't
love
really
live.
let love live.
As somebody
yeah,
sang.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. There's a person sitting over there. We're just about to finish, but if you want to just, wet the mic with a final thought, wet, W-H-E-T, as in like wetting the whistle, come and join us because we are doing final thoughts. Come on. Yes.
I don't know what.
This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're here at King's for one day only, just to chat to scientists and other people, and we're just other species. Yeah, it's just a free-form talk show. At the moment, we're talking about the chemistry of love and the love of chemistry, and can it be narrowed down, or is it something that, as Jack says, it's the enigma of love that actually is the beauty of it, not the understanding. So that's. There's a little bit of a disparity on the table about that. But that's where we are really right now. But at the moment, we're just getting final thoughts. So you've come at probably at a difficult time. We've got one more final thought from Sam. And tell us your name, though. You can do that, can you?
Oh, so I hold this?
Yeah.
My name's Johnny.
Johnny, we've got Tirana, we've got Jack, we've got Christina, we've got David, we've got Matt, we've got Margot, we've got... Did I say Sam? I can't remember. And we've got me, Mikey. I'm going to pass it on to Sam because we're going to get a final thought from Sam, and then I'm going to pass the mic to you, and you may or may not have a final thought. It's up to you.
Yeah, I would say everyone's given some great thoughts on love. I don't have much to add, but I will say what I really loved here was how Matt was like, hamsters. We only know about hamsters. Yeah. And then Christina's like, nah, there's studies about people. And then you're like, studies in men and women. And it's like, this is great because it's like, I had no desire to look up studies about oxytocin in human beings or hamsters. Now I'm going to go home and I'm going to read about hamsters. Yeah. I think... Yeah, exactly, and I think that's really great because it's all about, and that's all about the passions of their own, opinions of the scenario, So I think it's a great forum for people
we've all got
to learn,
perspective here that we can share with each other.
Sure, yeah.
Johnny, have you got a final thought and initial thought as well? No pressure.
I don't. What is there like a starting question that you were responding to?
I mean, no, not really. Are you a scientist here, or are you?
I am very much an artist.
You're an artist. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do I involve love in my practice?
Yeah. And what
I'd say that I do. So I depict like activists.
Right. Okay.
And so I Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I can turn you up a little bit.
I depict activists because I believe there are people who are trying to find a positive alternative to hate, and so I guess that is a response of love, versus hate.
Okay, so you're actually amplifying the love that these people have got. Okay.
I guess as someone who knows very little about science, I kind of heard people something about like being able to predict it or something like that, and I find that very strange. That it's not what I never think about it in that way at all.
What drew you to being so concerned about activists and their passion for political causes?
It was because a lot of people on the left are very despairing about the state of the world right now, which I completely agree with and understand, but I feel like there's no point in just despairing. We need to you should do something positive, and so I thought it was, as you said, to amplify the people who are doing something positive and remind us of people who are trying to use love, a form of love, to try and combat the hate, basically.
Okay, I think that's a perfect place. I think that fits in very nice. It's a perfect place to end this. Thank you for coming to join us at the last minute. This has been Talkaoke. Thanks to everyone, and there is a lot of love around the table. You got something funny?
I just want to say thank you, Mikey, for hosting so brilliantly in the middle. Thank you for your energy, and yeah, follow us on social media, and we've got a telephone as well, a landline. You can call us.
I did the middle. I did the middle for like half an hour yesterday. It was hard. It's really tough. Like it's so hard to keep it going. So yeah, Mikey, well done, man. You've been here for what, 5 hours now, basically. Yeah.
But I've been doing that. I've been doing this for my entire adult life, so it's not actually that difficult for me. Where can we see your art? Is there anywhere we can see it?
On my Instagram. I'm a student at City and Guilds. On the MA, my Instagram is Johnny Kemp Art.
Okay, we will look out for that. Thanks so much. Look out for us. We are at the People Speak. We'll see you next time. Where are we next?
Next we're at the Pleasance Theatre. If you want a free ticket to come and see us at Talkaoke, but also other new formats, animal-based.
Animal-based formats.
Come and join us. 6:30 p.m. Pleasance Theatre, Tuesday 13th of May.
Yeah.
Be there or be square.
No hamsters.